Okay. More room in the inventory, okay. Let's get rid of that junk. That would work. Oh. Okay, where did I put the junk on this? Let's just get these in here quickly for a moment. Oh, hi Terry. Yes, sure, first on. And how have you been? Oh, sorry to hear that. Hopefully it's not too bad, Terry. Hopefully it's not too bad. There, that's the one I was looking for. I just filled these. Anyway at all for the time being. Just to get these out. I need to cook a ton of food. I got killed earlier on in the plains and I wasn't paying attention. Wasn't paying attention. Okay, that's full as well. There, getting there. I just want to clean this up and make some food before we go out again. Oh, that's never nice, toothache. A kind of distraction then. What you saying? You were going to visit the dentist, I think. Probably with somebody else I was talking to about a dentist. Somebody was saying it anyway. Right, nearly done with this. Just need to tuck this bit away. More room in inventory again, my god. Get rid of the gold. Almost done, I think this is the last one. Oh, it's not. There's still actually more. Okay. A few things we need to pack away and then we can head out. Yeah. No dentist involved. Let's get these guys in. Let's get them out of the way for a while. I think that's all of that anyway. It's the stupid wine that I should have been taking that got me killed. My own stupid fault. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're almost there, I think. I still want to keep food. The tar. I'll drop the tar here for a while, it's extremely important. Ah, Rex, what's wrong? What happened? You okay? Yeah, I think I'm getting a sore throat. Yeah, throat has been a bit tender. Sort of tone probably. It's all over the place. There, almost there. I get rid of this silly stuff. Right, let's see what else we have. Stone is coming out as the food, blah blah blah. Probably the wood. And then there's that trollfish over here. Let's get him out of the way. Yeah, I was going out to the plains doing this with not the right amount of food. I didn't bother taking the potions either. Let my guard down for a second. My own fault. So we lost about 5% of our skills. Well. There. Okay. Now we gotta sort the food part. Gotta sort out the food part. Let's have a look at what we've got. Not a lot, I'd say. 3. My god, that's not a lot. Okay, we gotta work on the sausages first, so we would need... the problem is the boar meat, to be honest. Yeah, that's a serious problem. Right, let's go get some stuff. There, we'll need this guy. So we'll have to start culling this herd. Okay, that's 1. 2. 3. You're a lucky 1 tier. 4. 5. 6. That's only 12 meat, you see. You know? And 8. We need about 10. 9. There's 10, so how many have we left? Of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think there's 10 here. And that would do, and we'll breed 10 from the rest. Ah. Oh. No. Okay. Not a great way to get this. We're better off hunting, but now I gotta feed them berries. Okay. Hey, sugar. Now I just go get the berries. Three per pig should be okay. I want to get rid of it in groups of 3 as well. That should be enough. We better get some sleep. There. I got killed earlier today because of not, watching the food or having enough food. I was too busy doing stuff, to start stockpiling. Then I started using the really nasty stuff, so I'd only about a half health. Didn't notice one of those fuelings with a torch come around the corner. So I got caught off guard. Off guard. No. Okay. Oh yeah, he did a number on me, alright. One hit with a torch. Now, this is the boring part. I should break this down into trees. Now I'll do this as quickly as I can. It shouldn't take me too long. There. There. That should be those guys dealt with. Eventually we come back there, well, we get what we need. We're starting on the flax fields. I got killed because of the stupid flax fields and not having enough food. I intend to remedy it. And hi, Mikio, is it? Mikio? Mayuki's dinner. Ah, Mayuki. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. And how have you been? And sorry I didn't see that. I was just so into doing this. So how have you been, Mayuki? Oh, good evening, Chrysalis. Pretty good, pretty good. And how have you been? And Ashriel? Hope you had a good day, Ashriel. I'm very upset because the council didn't get rid of the black mold in my bedroom. Well, that's not a problem. Sue them. They'll get it done then. Go to your solicitor. Tell him about your health problems. Start to keep a record, Terry, of any correspondence you have with your county council. Go to your GP and tell your GP as well. He'll keep a record of that. And if it's not solved very, very shortly, yeah, you'll probably own that house. Yeah, take it from them. It's not that, it's extremely dangerous, Terry. All that mold is extremely dangerous. I work from home 2 days a week, and today was one of my office days. Glad to be home now. Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, at least you're back home now and you can relax. More than normal. Oh. Well, at your GP you'll have to be, talking to about that, but nailing down the causes of migraines is impossible. There's thousands of things I can call it, even certain foods and stuff. Smoking can cause migraines, coffee. I could go on forever. But it's a constriction of the very small, the very light blood vessels, on the base of your skull, on your temple and that. That's what causes migraines. But there's 1,000 things you can do with it. Toothache can do it, it can go on forever. You said something about your tooth, Terry. Ah, that would cause migraines. Big time. Yeah, I've seen it. It's shoddy workmanship on the builder's part. Chrysalis ranges from a lot of things. Poor ventilation is the number one problem, or bad installation. If you get bad installation in a room, and there's no thermal barrier in your attic, the condensation from your breath, can dampen the walls and can cause mold. But it's got to be a few things, to be honest. It's got to have a good thermal barrier, it's got to have decent ventilation, and it's got to have, I have a good few things. Texted me and said he's going to cut me to 4 days, but 5-hour shifts, so I will make the same. That's probably better. I would prefer to do that instead of the 5 days. Let's say on 4 hours. I'd rather do 4 days on 5 hours. Yeah, that would be better. You'll get an extra day off then. That would be cool. 4 day week, 5 hours. Hmm. Yeah, but that's just the weather, Terry. You know, you could be living in a concrete box, and it's got to be warm here in the UK and in Ireland as well. You know, but it's usually the houses they put up in the UK in around the 60s and 70s. Well, especially the early 80s that really caused the problems. They needed to get them up in a hurry, Terry, and they cut some corners. Oh, no problem. Yeah, yeah. I'd rather do that. I'd much rather do that. Or even if I could, I'd rather get it all out in 2 days. But that would be asking too much. But 4 days is a good deal. You're doing the same hours and, fairly enough getting the same pay. Oh yeah, I'd go for that one. You have an extra day to relax as well in your week. Your week is a lot less. No problem, Terry, and thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and a great day tomorrow. I knew a guy, Chrysalis. He was into energy saving big time. And he had a right idea, but he did it wrong. So he thoroughly insulated his attic, and he used that space age thing. It's like that kind of rubber matting, and it's kind of like a silver colour, like something from, like protection, the heat shield on an engine in a car. Yeah, it was really good stuff. But he did his entire attic. The problem with that, and he compounded it as well, and I'll tell you why. When there's heat in a house, it rises up. So it must escape into the attic and out. Or you get that kind of humidity, that perspiration in the air, and it holds your breath in as well when you sleep. Now, that was bad enough. But also, there was these guys, and they were doing this thing that said it would drill holes in the side of your house, and it would pump in this liquid. And it's a great idea. It's like, those, that survival stuff. If you're stuck out in the Antarctic and you can make that little igloo from that foam. It's a little bit like that foam thing. So they filled all the walls. Great job. Only problem was there was no ventilation in the house. But it cost them tens of thousands to put in ventilation and get some of the damage done. There was literally mushrooms growing on the wall. And it's not just how ugly it looks. When that dries up, it breaks into tiny, tiny flakes. And you breathe that down into your lungs, and it causes all kinds of problems. The black mold is probably the worst. It's all bad, but the black one is really bad. Hmm. Hmm. Bad, yeah, yeah. And this was a really expensive house. He did a lot of damage to it. He had the right idea, but he went the wrong way about it. And the guys putting in the stuff should have told him. They should have known. They were so-called professionals. So, yeah, insulating your house and doubling, all that's good. I have ventilation in each room, but that's how the house was designed. You don't need anything special. Just basically in your double cavity wall, there's a hole cut out, one on the outside, and a little grill that you can close. Just something to let some air in. Also, you get a windows that will have that as well. But most importantly is you don't overdo it in the attic, You don't overdo it. Just the ordinary stuff I do. There's no need to hold in too much heat. Oh yeah, they were taking his money. But it cost him much more, But I think what spurred that one up, Chrysalis, is the government is big into energy conservation here, so they give out large grants. But let's say for instance, they're about a decade back, if you wanted to switch to, let's say the new wood burning stoves they have, which again is kind of energy sufficient because it's using recycled wood and it's getting rid of that junk as well. I think the average installation was about, depending, let's say you're going for a top range one, 8 maybe 8,000 euros. So the government would give about 2,000 grand, if you know what I mean. So it made it really attractive. And that was good enough. But the problem was, you had to buy it in a certain place. You know, the government probably did a deal with some of the suppliers. Now, the catch was, when you buy from these suppliers, you had to use these guys to install it. And these guys were probably 3 to 4 times more expensive than anyone else. So your grant was swallowed up. So, without the grant, yeah, it's a mob racket. So, without the grant, you would have getting it as cheap anywhere else, or maybe even a little bit cheaper. You know what I mean? It's like what they do when your wages go up. Your wages go up 4%. So they know you have money. So they'll put their prices up 4% or even 10 if they can get away with it. But that's what I've been noticing for 20 years. You know, if you put everything together, let's say, and now inflation obviously has gone through the roof, but even before that, if you, let's say, check the wages, or let's say retirement pensions, especially, let's say, the non-contributory pension here, it worked out you were kind of losing about maybe 2% a year. So you were living on less and less money every year. Even though you were getting more, but you were getting less for it, if you know what I mean. Hi, Akam, how are you? No, it's a waste of time. It's a waste. There should be no such thing as a minimum wage. I know it's complicated. You know, the excuse for minimum wage jobs is for it's young people and they want to get some work experience, or retired people who are bored who want to just get back into the workforce for something to do. That's the way the minimum wage thing works. It's supposed to work. The problem is, if you can't get work, you're stuck with that job. And then you're working so many long hours, you really don't have time to go look for a job. You know, you've got to pay rent, you've got to pay utilities, bills, and all of that. So you're working every hour God sends. So it's kind of a trap. You know what I mean? But I think everyone should have a fair wage, you know. A wage that you can actually live on. And I'm saying live good, you know. You should be able to get enough to cover your food, your medical, your utilities and rent. Yeah. Because I know in the US, let's say on a minimum wage job, if you work even 10, 12 hours a day, it would not be enough just to cover your rent, you know, so. Oh, pretty good, and that's good to hear. Yeah, just only got about 3 or 4 hours sleep, but I don't feel too bad. Holding minimum wage jobs are single mothers. The perception is just old people and teenagers. Yes, that's the perception, if you know what I mean. What is the minimum wage anyway, in the US, Chrysalis? I'm not sure what it is here. I think it's something like, in your money, 10 or 12 bucks or something. And that's another big problem as well. Oh, sweet God. You're kidding me. Oh, €2. How could you live on that? That's an impossible situation. Oh my God. And what's your Congress doing about that? Well, that's not bad, minimum wage. Yeah, that's about the same as ours. Well, the last time I checked, I haven't been in the workforce for, my God, a couple of decades now. Of course it does. The lobbyists. They need their cheap labour, don't they? Yeah. I suppose if they got away with it here, if it wasn't for the EU workers' protection rights, we'd be probably in trouble as well, especially because of the influx of workers we got. You know what it's like. More workers, less pay. Oh, that's exploitation, guys. You know what I mean? That's absolute exploitation. It was one of your presidents. It was, I think it was Eisenhower, Dwight D. Eisenhower, or the other guy after him. But it was after, I think it was after the financial crisis in the 20s, the so-called Black Friday, wasn't it? But I think it would have been around the 50s. Yeah, the US was going into some really hard times. You know, you had the depression that lasted a long time and some other things as well. And then obviously the Second World War. But he started off a works program where they did Mount Rushmore and some of the parks and a lot of good dams and stuff and public works. So he got millions and millions of people, 3 or 4 million, or maybe even five, back to work. It was a great good, and a lot of infrastructure was done as well. He could have getting a few million more, but Congress put a stop to it. I don't know why. Fixing the infrastructure for everyone in the country and everyone is getting paid. You know, but he did say one thing. He said if any company in the US is not prepared to pay their workers a livable wage, they have no business in the US. I'm paraphrasing, but it was pretty similar to that. So he kind of knew the situation. Could have been Teddy Roosevelt. Oh, Teddy Roosevelt did the parks, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you see, the way to stop that, Chrysalis, and this is a kind of an age-old thing, is you talk about something silly, like something, yeah, and then you get people disagreeing about it, and you let them fight about it. Left versus right, good versus bad. Then you go into, you start making it about culture or race or something, and you get everybody arguing, and they're so busy arguing with each other, you can just go about your business and do your little thing. You don't get bothered. It's a little bit like this game. When I was raiding that fueling village, when they were fighting with the grey dwarfs, when they were distracted, I was going in and taking everything and doing my thing without being molested. I said that's what should have happened after the pandemic. Yeah, enough people would. If enough people stood together, there would be no choice. Enough people can direct on who they want to lead. The problem is you can't get enough people to agree on everything together. I don't know, but the problem seems to be much more apparent in the US from what I see. You know what I mean? Oh, there's places in Europe too, and there's some people here. You know. But usually we have a consensus that no matter what party that party is, they're working for their own benefit. And we do keep them in check as much as we can. But to be honest, the EU laws, the EU is not the best. It could be better. But it's the best of the bad lot, They've got some good rights, workers' rights and stuff, and, you can't be dismissed for being sick and, X amount of time, and, you're not forced to do overtime and you won't lose your job because of it, and, stuff like that. That's keeping them all in check. Sorry, I missed it. Kids here in the US, I tell them not to believe anyone over 65. Oh, it's strange you should say that. In the 1970s, you could work a minimum wage job, part-time, just for the summer, and pay for a year of college of your choice. Yeah, that's the country the boomers remember. Ah, nice. You're the first one that acknowledged that. As long as I've been speaking here. Correct. And then when the last ones get... yeah, you're the first one. Yeah, you're the first one, Sage, to actually comment on that. And let me tell you why. Yeah, exactly. Money was money, and things were things. A lot of things happened since the 70s. Well, the big one would be mechanization, obviously, and that destroyed a lot of jobs. Um, the US in a lot of industries lost its competitiveness as well. You know, the car industry and a lot of other things. That hit really hard. Um, the rise of the corporation was really apparent in the 1970s. In the 1970s, the federal tax, you know, what you get in for paying bills for the country, 2/3 of federal taxes came from corporations. 1/3 came from the working class. Now, fast forward to now, it's the other way around. 2/3 of federal taxes now come from the working class, and 1/3 would come from corporations. There's some multi-trillion-dollar corporations that actually have loopholes where they don't actually pay any, if any, tax at all. What little tax they pay is offset by grants they get for workers. So sometimes the government is actually paying them, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Exactly. Now you're getting it, Chrysalis. Now, do you think this is fair? If you are a fireman, right? Or let's say, uh, a policeman, and you've got to pay 1/3 of your wage in taxes, yeah? And you get, let's say, $1,000 a week, and you've got to pay $330 in tax, okay? You gotta live off the rest. And a corporation makes $1 trillion, and they don't pay anything. You know what I mean? Now, the government is afraid, obviously, if they tax them properly, they'll move away. Yeah, they might. The possibility they might. There's a system in Germany where if you start off a corporation or a factory, before you can move your corporation or factory, you must have permission from the town that it's in, from the council, before you're allowed to move, or else you close up shop. So that's to stop this kind of exploitation. I think if you started off in a town and you became a success there, and a really big success, like the likes of Amazon or Walmart, you should not be able to move without the express permission, of the people who got you where you are. I know it sounds bad, but it's the only protection there is. As far as I know, they still have that law in Germany. There's a couple of interesting ones they're doing in Spain as well, But all I'm saying is corporations should pay their fair share. I think it's absolutely crazy when some people in the UK and probably the US have to decide whether they want to give their kids their lunch or something to eat for themselves, or else pay for energy costs. Yeah? While corporations are reporting record profits in the billions and the trillions. While corporations are doing better than they ever have, and the average working class and, let's say, everyone else are literally struggling to survive. You know what I mean? It's a bit like, it's like a new class barrier. Before you had the aristocracy. Well, that's gone, But now you have a new class. You've got the political class, and their cronies from the corporations. Yeah. What really, 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 really kills me, and I'm old enough to see it, every generation, how some governments would come out with a tax bill. And I can't believe they always use the same term for this pseudo kind of financial theory, trickle-down economics. Yeah. This is a thing that they've been, trying since the 50s. Basically they say they give the corporations and the really wealthy a huge tax break at our expense. Obviously, when the coffers go low, the taxes will be raised on us. That that extra money they get, they will literally give it to us. They will give us more money for working and hire more workers. Nah, they don't. They buy back their own stock, and they actually buy government bonds as well. Yeah, just to be, just to keep everything sweet. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know why. They only do it once in a generation. It's like re-releasing an old movie. You know what I mean? So they re-release it again in 20 years to appeal to another audience. Someone that didn't fall for that one before. But it makes no sense, you know, to give extremely wealthy people tons of money and they're supposed to give it to us, you know. And then when the shortfall comes in, we pay. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't become very, very wealthy people because they liked giving money away. No, that's not how it works. Well, okay. Let's get on with this, guys. I'm starting to babble again about this. Oh, but that minimum wage is depressing. €2. I think there's trainee jobs here, and I think it's very bad. I think it's about €6 or €7. But it specifically states, the hospitality sector is about the worst. Oh, I found some new stuff, sage, tar. So I need to make up some food. I'm making a secure barley kind of flax area in the plains. I got killed earlier today for being stupid. I let my food run out and tried to run to the portal. I didn't see a fueling come around the corner with a torch, and that was it. So I got killed earlier today because I wasn't careful. So this is why I'm doing this. Not too bad, Ray Ray. And how are you? I hope you've been well. No, I just had about an hour today, and I thought I'd just catch up on a few things before I streamed. I forgot how dangerous the plains are. Getting sick, I'd say, Ray Ray. Yeah. My throat hasn't been the greatest, and I feel a bit sniffly. It's the weather, it's so changeable. The temperature's like, you can get a 10-degree change here in a matter of 10. Yeah, in a matter of 10 minutes. Yeah, it's my throat. It should clear up in about a day or two, I'd say. Yeah. So is it louder or maybe probably raspier? Yeah, maybe a little bit. I can kind of feel it in my throat. And I might have a little bit of a, higher pitched, yeah. And that's because it's probably my nose, it's giving that pitch a bit more. Okay, we get rid of this. And I'll show you in a moment what we've been doing. But I collected up a ton of black metal again, obviously. I'll be getting rid of that shortly. No, that's that. Now we've got to make up some food. The problem is boar meat, of all things. I have a farm here, but I didn't take the time to, come in and cull them down and then feed them again. I was a bit sentimental. No, it's quite common here, Ray. We have very, very, very strange weather. It's raining, then there's sunshine, then it's raining, then it's a little bit cold, then it's too warm. And this happens several times a day. So it's very, very easy, to get sore throats and colds. And that's from me. And I've been here for over half a century, For people immigrating here from different climates, it really murders them. Yeah, it really does. We've had guys immigrate from regions, let's say like the Arctic, where it's literally freezing, and they couldn't adapt to the climate, You can mad dash through the plains without armour. Oh no, I can get around perfectly. You see, what happened was I was doing a little bit of building, and it started to get dark, and my portal was too far away, so I was down to about 25 health. But even at that, I can avoid them. So I had a large wall, and I didn't realize. I ran around the wall. No, I was making a dash, and there was a guy waiting with a torch. So I turned to run, and I ran out of stamina, and he managed to just clip me with a torch, and that was enough. Now, if I had enough health, I could have taken about 2 blows of the torch. But it was my own fault, you know. But I can easily get around, yeah. You know what I mean? Oh, there's the pigs there. I just fed them a moment ago. Yeah. So we're only getting about 20 from that. But if we kept them regularly called and fed, you know, we could create some kind of stockpile. Cheaper adding few. Have you tried mounting the key? See how much light? Yes, I did. The ones I'm using are vastly superior. Vastly. Well, it's a nice decoration. Yeah. You'd have to keep fighting the boss, and I wouldn't really mind that, you know. But I might use them for decoration after, if you know what I mean. Yeah. I checked how much light they give off. This stuff is vastly superior. Let's say it wouldn't spread the light out like this. And even if it did, it would probably take 50 keys. Maybe more. Oh, but this is by far. But I've got a ton of money. There's plenty enough money in the game. And I started using the tar stuff, so I might be doing a little bit of remodel on this, which would extend the time on the settlement, but I'll show you. I think it looks much nice. I took out a tar pit earlier today, guys. So that'll be our top priority. You see that stuff on top? That looks much prettier, doesn't it? And now I'm getting the black ravens. You see them? Well, once I do that, we'll need thousands of tar. So every time we see a tar pit. Oh yeah, you can farm keys, but they don't give off enough light. For what I need, anyway. Yeah, I'll show you from here, but it's going to take, like, I used about 75 tar on that. And I think I just took out 1 tar pit, but it's looking like anywhere from 80 to 100 per pit. You see the stuff here? So it would be worth a little redesign for this. You see how it fits in much nicer on the side. So I'll be doing all of this. Not quite sure, I might keep the egos, and I'll tell you why. It's roughly the same colour as this, and the egos don't really fit in that good. Or ravens, I should say. But that's what we'll be going with. I was never 100% with attach, although the attach is nice. So as we stockpile our tar, I'll be doing something like this as well. And if we get really into the tar situation, I'll even change these. It should be a big change. But we're talking about, guys, a lot of tar. So we're talking about prioritizing all of those tar pits. Might even change these guys. I think it would look really nice. And there's doors as well that are really cool. So as you can see, I scrapped this out here and the sign. And I'll show you the doors. I just seen them there earlier today. Oh, I did see some doors. Where are they? Oh, that's strange. Oh, there they are. Ah, they look really nice, don't they? I'll be able to scrounge up enough metal for a set. You know, once we do all the other stuff, they look really nice. We'll go with those as well. I kind of always knew I was going to do a kind of a reboot. Don't know how I'm going to manage this. I suppose we could keep this, but it would look a bit off with the different colorings. You see, there's no side bits. What there is for here So I'd have to work out a system with a larger one of these, and I could probably plot in one of the small pieces. I'll work it out later anyway. For the meantime, we need some food. So, let me say 1, 4. I need 5 of these. So 10, let's say, for 40. For 40 sausages. And okay, we do 50 of those, and we'll make some sausages first. But I think we should go hunting shortly because this food thing, even with that, I suppose if I had to keep on it, slaughtering and getting rid of these, we might have had a little stockpile, but that stuff. Okay, let's make our sausages. Try and get 40 of each. The deer stew takes a little bit longer because we have to cook the meat as well. Yeah, I got a lot of the name is from something much different than the video game. Ah. Oh, hi Days. How are you? I hope you've been well. What have you been up to? Yeah, so I did get killed earlier. But it was just for being careless, I ran out of food. Made a dash for the portal. Didn't see that guy. Oh, that's strange. Oh yeah, thistle. We ran out of thistle. Okay, I get some more thistle. Ran out of thistle. So it shouldn't take too long to do this. We just get the food situation out of the way. Now, had I had my full health, it would have never happened. Now, the rest will be boar jerky, apparently. I start to put this away for a moment. We need 17 of those. Oh, 40. We need 37 of those. That's gonna take forever. 20, 40. Get rid of 3. That's enough to give us our total on that. So we need some honey. So we need 10 honey, I think. But that will only give us 20 of the other ones, but it'll do. It will do. Not like we're hurting for honey. We're definitely not hurting for honey. Are you planning on setting up a proper kitchen? I'm probably not, because it's going to take too long. But I suppose once I get the stuff, I might. But if I was going for a proper kitchen here, how would I work it? I'd have to do a little bit of conversion, wouldn't I? Yeah, I might, actually. I'll just move the beds upstairs. The kitchen will be in here. I could make my little proper kitchen here. The problem is the chimney system, But I suppose it could be done. I could take this out here and I could develop a system where we could kind of patch into this and get the smoke to move along. It's possible. Yeah, I might set this. This might be our main kitchen eventually. Finally finished Hunter x Hunter again. Oh, nice. Okay, let's get rid of this junk here. And this I meant to do earlier, but I really got ticked off when I got killed. I was doing so well. I got a bit too brave as well. I tried to get a shot in with a bow. I should have doing a runner. I could have easily getting away. I just kept forgetting about that torch thing, how deadly it is. You know, especially wearing this outfit. You know, it's weak to fire. Okay, I just need 15 then. Okay. 17, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that would work. That'll be 22 as well. Okay. All we gotta do is... we have a lot of deer meat now to cook, unfortunately. Ah, well. Let's do it. Seeing as the deer meat goes into the pot, it's silly that you have to cook it outside as well. And once we get rid of that deer meat, you know, we're ready to go. Here, let me get something to drink. That should be enough to do the stream, I'd say. But if we find any decent stuff in the meantime, you know, we'll start taking it out bit by bit. And I'll show you what I've been doing on the plains. This time I'll make sure I'll have enough food. I just was in so much of a rush, I was using some pretty bad food. You know, just the stuff I had left over. And even that wasn't really my downfall. I should have moved the portal up closer to where I was working. And I trained the locks as well. Actually, I trained 2 and I bred them. Only 1 lock stayed when I left them around. The other 2 despawned. So, the only difference with the first lock is he was the first guy I trained, so he was in the pen before I broke it down a lot longer than the other 2. So I'm thinking that you've got to have them in the same position for a long time, you know. So it's a waste of time, you know, breeding them. Unless I'm going to build another compound onto this for locks as well. I'll get some doors in and stuff. Now, let me see. Oh yeah, we're doing this here, aren't we? Oh yeah, I gotta get some carrots. I might just have enough. Oh, blueberries. Blueberries. That's pity you can't do this, and you gotta push every time for each one. No, they're not worth the hassle, to be honest. But it'd be okay to breed them, I suppose, for food. But they're great protection. I call this guy Marcus. I left him outside. He takes out any grey dwarfs, and he can easily kill the fuelings as well. I should have left that last guy to Marcus. I should have just ran and brought him towards Marcus, and Marcus would have finished him off. You see, I've just made a major boo-boo there. I burned the meat. I I'm going to work. Have a great rest of your stream. And thanks for stopping by, Chrysalis, and hanging out. Appreciate it. I hope you have a great day at work. Take care. Or evening, I should say, or night. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Although having a steady supply. Yeah, it would. You know, for food. It should be okay, and the cloudberries are everywhere. You'd want a huge pen. You know, they need a lot of room to breed. Or at least, you know, for the numbers you want to be culling them in. Yeah, you'd want a huge pen. I burned 4 of these, unfortunately. If you don't keep an eye on them, they burn. Best to get the food out of the way, guys, I think. We'll have a half decent steady supply, I'd say. There we go. So most of our time is going to be spent, I'd say, in the plains, setting up that spot, and I'll use Marcus as a decoy. I haven't got a saddle for him yet, so they won't follow you without a saddle, and then you direct them. They're kind of bugged in a sense that I think maybe all the creatures might be. We don't hold them in a one place for a pen long enough, apparently. But the other one and the calf are missing. I looked everywhere for them. And no sign of them. Tar pits. If we want to do that redo, that will be our top priority. Every time we take out a tar pit, we can do a little bit of decoration, you know. Piece by piece, we'll get this place fixed up. Well, it's going to take a lot. It's gonna take a lot. We almost have our food done. We'd probably be in a better position if we found more iron, but what can we do? Now let's see what we have. Oh, sugar. Okay, 27. Oh, we got on the blueberry, the other stuff. Oh, gone. Oh, I should have done it that way. Ah, it doesn't matter. That's not bad. 37. Okay. That will do for a while, guys, I'd say. Okay, so we took some of that. So... Okay, let's stack up our food. We want 4 of each, so 3 of these we already took. 1. 4 of these. And of course 4 of these. There. We do a little fix up here. Oh, that's fixed. Okay, so we put away this junk for a moment. And there's the wine. I should have been carrying that stupid thing with me. Still a bit sick about that, to be honest. How do we do? Maybe change window, move, equip. First, drop, X transfer. How do we do it again? How do we drop that in again? I used to do this before. How do we drop it into the box again, guys? Oh, left tracker. Ah, yeah, there it is. Silly. There it is. Okay. I'm just being silly. That's that. I'll dump the coal here for a little while and then we should be good to go. And that's the food that went sideways. I even managed to burn food in the game. Oh, hi Gemma. Fine, thanks, and you? How have you been? I hope you've been doing okay. But me, myself, yeah, not too bad. Might be running a bit of a sore throat, maybe a tiny bit of a cold, so... yeah, out from that, pretty good. We seem to be okay in food. So we'll have to develop a system to lure away these creatures at the tar pit and drain it quickly then. I tried it out. They'll respawn after a while, but the tar doesn't, so we gotta dig it out from the bottom and get all of it and then, you know, quickly kind of fix it up and get out of there. There's one tar pit pretty close to where I'm building the flax field, so we'll be getting rid of that as well. There we go. We're ready to go. That's the hunt I should have had, guys. The 145. That cost me 5% on the skills. So run should be 95 again. The other thing. Remember the 2 things I hadn't? Depressing. Yeah, 95. You see it? Run and jump. It didn't matter too much with the run pickaxes. All of those got down 5%. I think it's a bit steep, to be honest. 1% maybe. But 5. Okay, let's get going. Oh, we'll bring some stone with us. I'm going to do the inside as well. I'm trying to work out. We'll make the walls nice on the inside. There, we'll rush forward with that. Okay, so that's our top priority, to get our flax farm up. We might build a barley farm as well in the other area, but the flax farm is the one. So I didn't really touch the barley, not for a while anyway. So I'm going to bring my portal with me in a second, because it's too dangerous coming back to this village from here. Yeah, I was making my way back here. So I can move around here freely and I can deal with any of the animals. It's just those. There's Marcus. He's helped me out a lot. Now, there was Marcus's mate and a calf, but they've absolutely disappeared. I think you have to have them in captivity let's say, and be around them for about maybe 4 or 5 day-night cycles before they'll stay in an area. But he kills everything that comes in here. That's a pity. So this is going to be our flax field. It'll need a lot of work. So I'll dump the stone here, and what I'm going to do to make it easier on myself, I forgot to get rid of the butcher's knife. I'm going to move the workbench down here so we don't have to make this run, especially when it starts to get late. It's way too dangerous. Unfortunately, Marcus, when I was taming him, punched a big hole in this rock, so I'm going to take this rock out eventually. And that house, when we clean this up, and we'll get rid of the village as well. Stupid. Eventually. Okay, what is this? PF1 space flax. Now, we should be safe. This is what I should have done. Wouldn't have lost those skills if I had to do this. Got too confident here. All I had to do was run towards Marcus. He would have taken care of him. I seen him take out 2 1-star guys and only lose about 1/3 health. There's the guy there, you see him. Okay, do you want to see Marcus do his thing? That's the end of him. It was earlier, Sage. Just died once. My own fault. I moved another 40 black metal down. I had 3 of them here, 2 straight away. So if you're doing it, guys, he's the only one that stayed, Bill. But he was the first one I tamed, and I kept him in the pen a lot longer than the other 2. The second that it was 2, I bred them, and once they had the baby, I just took the pen down. The other 2 went. So I think you'd want to be around them about maybe 4 day and night cycles. Have them long enough in the pen, before they'll stay. Seem to be slightly bugged. Although I did trap them down here, but I trapped Marcus down here as well. There was 2 of them down there, Marcus and something else. And they're pretty hard to breed out of a pen because they spread out too much. You'd want a system where you'd have a small pen, you'd breed them, and then you'd push them out, if you know what I mean. Oh yeah, eventually, but that's a long way away because they can't make the saddle yet, Can't make the saddle yet. Okay, let's get working. Okay, we'll get up all of this junk first. PF space 1 flags. PF 1 space F L A X. That's it. Now we're pretty safe. What I do need is I need a chest. get our black metal over here. You see, I was really farming them here as well. I got about 40, 50 pieces. Killed dozens of them by myself. Tips for console. STR8. Straight wall. Is it that straight, is it? Yeah. Ah. Oh yeah, no, this is just the start of it, guys. There it is there. That's the height level I'm going to. Just didn't get time to do it right, you know? Yeah, oh no, it's not going to be left like that. I'm trying to work out a system here. I'll take this down in a minute as well. Here, let me just get this right. Well, that's only acting the maggot there, because I'll tell you why. You know, we don't need that like that. There is another wall coming up. Much easier to do it this way, and then, you know, if the wall is high enough, you'll kind of get away with it. There. So, I want to be back a bit here. I want a little place where I can run around, but it won't be, you know, like the other ones. I don't want any of the woodwork. There's going to be no real woodwork or anything on this one. So, I want to show you what I want to do here now. But I gotta get this, you know, reasonably right. The problem is it pushes out, you know what I mean, that half square. So I'm probably better using a brick first, aren't I? Yeah, maybe one of these guys to get my levels going. That's not really gonna work either. Oh yeah, maybe. And then smack down with the other guy. And that would be the problem is, you see, the base would be much wider. Stone cutter, I need to bring it over. I'll just sort out a system for doing this, you know, the right angle. You see, they're not straight, and they're kind of tapered walls. You'll never get them straight. The base is always going to be wider than the top. So you gotta come out a bit to allow, you know. As easy as PC, yeah. I'm on console too. How do you get the line so? Oh, on this, it's just pickwork, Bill. Yeah. But basically, what you need to do, and can be awkward sometimes. You see this here? It's a combination of two things. And you make a slip, it's all over. You get your pick ready. You see that crosshair and your body about there. You see there? It's very easy to make this mistake. You see that? And that's how you get it straight. Just take off the little edge. See that little edge? But you want to be... It's not as easy as it looks keeping that guy straight on console. And then if you want to come along with this and just give it a hit. If the wall is a lot shorter, it'll do damage, but these high walls is not too bad. And there you go. There's your straight wall. Hmm. Oh yeah, it is. On console, because the stick you're using the left analog stick to push forward. So it tends to, when you hit with a pick, it tends to go like that, and it's straight into the side, does a lot of damage. But once you get a bit of confidence at it, you'll be able to do something like that. It's just a matter of practice. I had a good bit of practice. Remember on that other farm that we were going to build, and we cancelled it halfway through. Mm. Oh yeah, it is. When you go by the ground levels in here. Okay. I wanted to sort the walls out, before I commit too much to this side, because doing this corner on this side with an inside wall is no problem, but then lining up the other two walls, that's a different story. That's definitely hit and miss. So I want to keep it back about. I want to keep it back. I'd say 4 meters would be okay, wouldn't it? And the wall itself is about 2 or 3. So let's say we keep it back 4 meters. I noticed my stupid overpriced piece of junk from Microsoft is starting to give me trouble. Yeah. The controller. The buttons are wearing out already after 6 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, just come back a little bit. No, just the stone walls inside. And there'll be stone, and this will be a huge field for growing. And then there'll be a large gateway here, and I'll go into another huge one of these for the locks. And here in the centre, I'll have my portal, and maybe a little something if I need to stay over the night. Yeah, just a little small building in stone, nicely done. Maybe just for storing stuff, and just for me. Here on this. But just need to work out the brickwork before I go any further. Once we get the first piece in correctly, we shouldn't have any problems. We'll probably be better off trying this with stone. I'm gonna try to measure this out. Okay, so that's our 4 meters from the wall. The problem with 4 meters from the wall might not be such a good idea, because maybe a little more. Okay, a bit more then. This should give us a rough measurement. Well, 4 meters would be more like that, wouldn't it? There. That's an exact 4 meters, guys. That's 4 meters from the wall. Now the problem with this, and this is the problem, you do 4 meters here and it's going to be back too far. You do 4 meters here and it's not going to fit. So we'd have to drop it a bit. So my best way of checking this out would be this guy here for a moment. You see what I mean? We'd have to sink that back a bit. We get the one on the bottom. Oh, big time. Big time. Okay, we'll work on this for a moment, guys. But once this is done, this is the only corner we have to do. The rest will solve itself. The rest will solve itself. Just gotta make it work out, you know, the slight difference. There, that should do it. Now let's see. Yeah, that's about okay. Yeah, kinda silly. We'll have to push pieces through the wall. Nah, but you see them. Because as we go up, there'll be a space, you know, all the time. But it's roughly about about 6 meters. You know, taking the wall in. It's good enough. Are you doing? Yeah, well, that kind of thing. Yeah, this is going to take a bit of time. But we're going to be killed here relentlessly collecting this flax. Because I'm always going to drop my guard at some stage. I just get too confident, you know. I killed about 40 of those guys, you know, really quickly. And got a little bit too confident. And, you know, wasn't using the food. Didn't have the food, to be honest. I wanted to keep going at this, you know what it's like, so I needed a stockpile of food. But I'm doing so much of this, there's no time to hunt or to farm properly. It's just this little side I gotta do. Excuse me. Let's see if I can work it from here. But all in all, this is not even the stuff we should be doing. The big problem is the guys on the top. Well, let me show you what I mean. Because of the, you know, the difference in the sizes. So let's just put that there for a moment. So we're wasting a lot of time here. I've had a bed here maybe. Yeah, but fast travelling back is not too bad. Well, Marcus is a godsend. He saves me a lot of hassle. Now, this is what I want to do, but the usual check is not stopping it, you know, from going through all the way. One of these guys, I would want that piece to be, you know, more to the top. I just can't push it. Maybe if I try... I think I'll be able to stop this way. Oh, I have a plan. Hang on. If we could get it to snap to the edge of this. I wouldn't be that lucky, would I? Maybe. Oh, not bad, guys. Not bad. Okay, let's use our light for this. This might actually work. Yeah, that's about where I want it, isn't it? You know, just covering that little piece. Yeah, okay. We'll settle for that one, guys. Now, let's see what kind of adjustments we'll have to make. There's a good way of doing it. You see that? I could do it dropping down a bit, but that would do. There we go, guys. We're on our way. I can take it down the tiniest bit in a minute, probably with the hole, but it looks okay to me. That is perfect. Exactly on the line I want it to be. I might do one more line of bricks here on the inside just... Well, we won't be up here looking at it anyway. And that's what I want. And I'll come in with another one here again, and then we'll come down with our wall. I might use the larger stone on this one, guys. You know, instead of the individual bricks. But that would work. And I'll give it a half decent design just along here. You see along here? Instead of like we did on the other one. Just to keep it in from damage. But to be honest, I think it's okay like this. I might cover it with something else. Okay, we need to go back to sleep. And Marcus will keep the shop safe while we're here. We'll drop off this junk. Okay, we can go straight back from here without getting killed. That's what I should have been doing all along. That's not a bad little system, you know that? Smacking that piece of wood down to get that. It won't control depth, at least it doesn't seem to. To be honest, I'd like to get it down just a tad more beneath that. We'll try it again in a moment, see if I can kind of push it down a bit. But the positioning is perfect. And from that then we can create the whole thing from there, from that corner. I'll make the other pen, I'll probably come out a little bit wider. And what I'll do is when those guys from the pit, you know, I'll try and draw them down towards Marcus. No. That's how we should be doing it. The light too. It's my weakness. It's a pity. I wanted a large herd of those guys outside, you know, killing everything that comes around. Oh, I had an attack here. And yeah, I think they were all there at that time. 4 trolls, yeah. 2 of them had clubs, or 2 or 3 had clubs, I think. And the rest were kind of like unarmed. But that's why I have so many troll skins. Let's have another look at this, see if we can give it a fine tweak. Hello, Marcus. A great defense. See that? Not too fond of that. Let me see. Forgot to get rid of the money, but we should be okay. Now, what if for looks I did something like that? That's acceptable, I'd say. Yeah, that would be okay. We'd need something anyway on top, and I'd give it that little kind of look as well. We'd want to measure this correctly. Okay, that's settled. Well, that was probably the only way anyway. Right, we're settling for that one. We'll use the larger stones in this. So there's a possibility and we might have to extend this a tiny bit to suit it. Lining up the walls is a drag because it's got to be spot on to the edge. I don't know how I'm going to do that. Okay, right, let's get this junk out of the way then. And we don't have to be really neat now. But we do have to start putting tons of little workbenches here on the inside to stop spawns. And as we clear this, we'll just quickly fix it up as we go along, finishing an area. And starting our flax immediately as well. See what look. It's a dodgy controller. It's the right 2 button. Wears down in a matter of a month. These. At least I think it is. Okay. Now, let's see where we're going on this. Oh yeah, we need some stone. On the center wall, that's where I'll have my stairs as well, I'd say, so we can get up and shoot from it. This guy. Okay. Okay. Now let's see if we can get these guys in. I'm gonna go with the bigger guys. I could do that on the outside, to be honest. Ah, that's gonna be a problem. I wonder if I could use the wood or something instead. How am I gonna manage this? Haha. I'd have to get a straight line on this, wouldn't I? If I had a long enough pole, maybe. Oh, these are not long enough. This might work. Yeah, this would work. There, that would work. Just till we get this one in. Okay, let's see if this works. There we go. No problem. We have a ton of room on the inside. It's just a swing from the trolls. I don't want any of the crops to be damaged. We can afford a room. I can make a little doorway on the side so we can run in and out here if we want to. We could even store stuff in here if we want to do it. There. That's that. Well, I wouldn't have to be so neat in the modes, but I will be anyway. Now they should be reasonably okay, I'd say. So if we can really quickly kind of cover it over. Okay, we'll stop at about there. Of course I'll go with wood, but I was really thinking about the tar wood. There. Okay, we'll be through this pretty quickly, guys. It's just pretty much a box area. Only thing is we only have one stone cutter, so... yeah. This will be better. These guys here, let me get this junk out of the way. I think it's that one we need. Okay, we need some stone. We'll be using a good bit, but it'll be worth it to get this. Okay. I think it's that one there we need. Ah, I see. What's the story there? Oh yeah, we haven't come far enough on that one. Another one again. Might have to do that from above. Come on. There, that should do it. We better start doing the ground and walls now again. There. Okay, held. Come on, Croc. Yeah, that looks okay. I guess there's a pretty decent walkway as well. Okay, let's see if we can do something with this walkway. We won't know about this wall until we get down. It will have to be spot on. Oh, hi Tarek. How are you? I hope you've been well. What have you been up to? I want to keep in line with these guys as well, so it will probably be something like that. There. Ah, there's a small problem with this. And the wall would have to push under, guys. There's no two ways about it, but that's easy. That's easy. The wall would have to push under. Or we'd have that odd square you see from the side. Yeah, and this one here. If we want to keep the halves going, we're going to have to do something like that. And then we do something like that. We need a slight adjustment on this. But I think I got this. Yeah, I think we'll be good. We're doing our flax field. I got killed here earlier on because I was careless. I got killed with one of those guys with a torch. I was down to 25 health and I didn't have any food. But silly, I made a run from my portal, which was down in the village. He was waiting around the corner. Didn't see him. He smacked me with a torch and it was all over. Didn't even see him. So now I am going to start doing this flax field properly. And we can portal in and out. And it should give us plenty enough area. Tons of growing room for flax. So, what have you been up to, Tarek? Yeah, just let me get something to drink. But this won't take too long, guys. And the fancy decorations we can do later on it. I'm hoping now to switch over from the normal wood to the tar stuff because that doesn't degrade, you know, in the rain. So it'll look quite nice. Some new pieces. Problem is the tar pits. The tar doesn't respawn. The monsters do, but they're not worth killing for the tar. I worked out there's probably 80 to 100 pieces average. Although the last one I got was only 70, but I'm thinking, you know, it was a kind of bad one. It was small looking. There's a large one up ahead that I'll be taking out shortly. Oh. Yeah, your bow is your best. There won't be much there, Tag. You're probably best to just mark it and come back when you're a bit stronger. Because you'll get stuff for the sausages and stuff. Yeah, I suppose you could make those. You might get a few iron nails if you're really, really lucky, but unless you get them in large quantities. Died there earlier and have been struggling to reclaim my... Oh, bad. Yeah. Yeah, that's bad. And where, obviously, on the, if it's Dagra villages, it's on the meadows. Yeah, they're complicated little guys, aren't they? The archers don't work in tandem, so you got to be very, very careful with those. Usually when there's more than one, I would try and get between an archer and another archer, so it protects me a bit. There's even been times where one archer would kill the other one by accident. Gone around them, yeah. Or taking them out in small doses, like what I'm doing with these guys from the tar pit. Oh, they are really bad. They pose the biggest threat to me so far in the game. You know, they pose the same threat to me that Augurs did, let's say, when I started with my leather armour. They're lethal, absolutely lethal. The only chance I have is to keep well ahead of them with a bow and make sure my stamina doesn't go down. Yeah, that's where they usually are. But we've actually found some tar and it's doing some nice stuff. So I'm going to do a little refit as we get the tar. But it's a really nice job. Much prettier than the thatch. I might still use the thatch for the sheds and stuff, I'm not sure. But we'll see. But if I'm going to redo the main base, yeah, we'll do it as we go along. Now as we're taking out these places, it's going to take a lot. There's a slight little problem with this, guys. But we already have the base work done, so this is what we do here. We come on the inside. And it should be as simple as that. Just to keep them right. So that's where we should be. We can rectify that easily enough. And I'll show you why when we get up top. We'll have that 2-meter walkway instead of 3, where you've got that line coming down the side, which is absolutely horrible. Okay, I think it's time Croc started making ladders. See what I mean? That's where we want to be. It's exactly where we want to be. Let's take out these for a moment. And then we put these back in. Oh, Croc. It doesn't work that way. You silly boy. Fair enough. We'll do it the hard way. Oh, sugar. You see, this is where you'd want a lot of health. How am I getting that junk? Exactly easy using these pieces. Apparently I don't have the wood now. It's just a little minor hiccup. Oh, wasting good daylight. There. There. Okay, we can't do it that way. We'll have to snap it from the edge. Live and learn, huh? Still very doable. And now this will be a little... Okay, a little more awkward here. And maybe get down here and we should be able to get around to it. We'll have to activate it in from there. Oh, we could use a row of bricks instead, but it's going to create an ugly side. We'll see. We might have to use the raw bricks instead, but we'll see if we can get this guy in. Ah, that's it. Yeah, it is creating that ugly piece. Okay, change of plan. We're going with a row of these guys. Change of plan. Oh, I won't be using this. These will be going down from the other side. There we have it. That would be our luck, guys. It's the only way I think we're gonna get this. There. Same way we could put the row on the bottom. What do you reckon, guys? Row on the bottom would be better. You could put a row, one of those, a row, one of those. So, yeah, what about this? What about this? Yeah, what about this? This might look better. And then one of these. And then... And that should be 7, shouldn't it? And then one of these. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly how we do it, guys. That one there. There, okay. We'll make it easier as well if I want to do any kind of decoration. There. That doesn't have to be so boring looking, the wall, you know? There. That's the way we're doing. Okay, so we've worked it out somewhat. So this will go pretty quick from now on, I think. Yeah, gives us a good spacing. My mission was to spend a couple of hours in the Black Forest and stock up on seeds, thistle, blueberries. Yeah. Just so it doesn't, yeah, I know what you mean. And probably make the food and stuff. Should have been straightforward, but then again, finding that spot, you know what I mean? It was too tempting. Totally understand. I should be okay, but we'll see. Why does this look still? This actually still looks off, guys. Ah, it has to go down one. You are kidding me. Oh, you're kidding me. Croc, get your head on. I'm wasting too much time on this. Well, this one is in line here. This one is not. It's gotta be pushed down one. That's so stupid. Yeah, I can even see it from here. You see it? We gotta be coming down from there. Oh, that's kind of silly. There, this is our line here. There, that should be the last of the problems. See, I'm staying around when it's getting too dark. It's time to go. And there, we have it now. Going back in at 1 meter on the wall will save us from archers. You know, from the damaging the concrete. I think. Well, let's go down and sleep. And that's it. We should be able to get it from there. We start putting in our flax immediately as we're walking down. That corner will be okay. Lining up the other two walls is a different story. It's definitely going to be hit and miss. Now, there. It's just taking me a while to get my head together on this. Right, let's go back. We could do with a fire inside as well, I suppose, for that rested bonus. There we go. When I'm sectioning this out into the other part, I might build the house halfway in the section. Although those locks can do a lot of damage to the settlement, to be honest. I think I'll keep it in with the other one. Right, let's get back into this. Okay, right, it should be it. I will have to use half bricks in there, but that's okay. See that? Controller. The Xbox controller. It's gotta be. Now, okay, this should do it, guys. Should be just about right. Come on now. Here we go. And that would be our last line. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, you little. Oh, this is ridiculous. There. Now. Okay, we're going for stone. But that's it. That's how we'll be doing it, I'd say. I'll show you in a moment once we get this guy in. I'll just do the half one here for a moment so we can line this up. Ah, that's not gonna want to get rid of you for a moment. There. That's our lineup. Right, we got some stone. Figure out the sides. We want to be careful with that. Very, very careful. We'll line up the bricks so they'll be the right spaces. There we go. That should work. I'm from Ireland. Yeah, from Ireland. Gisley. Yeah, that's the name. I keep thinking of Skyrim when I hear that name. Yeah. Ireland. It's just off the coast of the UK. Small island. Yeah. It's the tail end of Europe, let's say. It's more on the American side. About 4,000 miles. I don't know about that. A lot is creative accounting, Gisley. You see, here, the economists do a little different. The GDP, yeah, but like, I don't think anyone's GDP, gross domestic product, is actually spot on. Here to take into account the money put into the banks by corporations. Now that money just stays there. The likes of Microsoft, Apple, Google, Johnson & Johnson. There's a ton of foreign companies here. So it's a kind of tax haven. So what they do is they tend to funnel profits from other countries to their companies here. And they leave it in the bank for a while. but they don't actually spend it. So the government don't even really tax them properly, to be honest. So that's included in the GDP. So that's like saying, you're rich because you're getting, let's say you're on €10,000 a week, but 9,500 of it can never be touched. It's someone else's. You know what I mean? So if you take away the corporation thing, we're just about average, maybe even a little below average because of our size for most European countries. So never be fooled by that GBT, gross domestic product thing. You know, mm, mm. But it's just the 13.5%, or I think it's even less now, corporation tax. And to be honest, they don't even pay that, you know, because I remember the EU did the books, and I think it was Google owed the Irish government 4 billion in taxes, and they didn't want it. They didn't want to take it. No, they were probably afraid they'd just move shop, and that's how it is. But I don't think this might be. There's cheaper places, to be honest. You know, the corporation tax has gone up a bit. There's cheaper places, but now there's a lot of companies already established here. There's a really good education system, so there's a skilled workforce. So they've got a skilled workforce. There's good infrastructure, good internet systems. Yeah, we're second to none, I suppose, in that. And the corporations are already here. So even if someone came with a slightly better tax rate, it wouldn't be worth their while moving. You know, we had Johnson and Johnson here, let's say, in a town close to me. They had a large workforce here for the past 3 decades. They would do the product, shampoo, baby powder, that kind of thing. So they decided to jump ship and move to Poland, because it would be cheaper to get workers. But after 4 months, after spending a lot of money moving there, it just didn't work out for them. So they came back again. They learned their lesson. Yeah. But there was a lot of jobs lost. You see, when you're talking about a corporation like that, and I suppose it's the same anywhere, that's been there for so long, you've got people that would have worked there for generations, even families working there. So when a company like that moves, it causes a lot of local damage. Mm. The Luxembourg, I'm not sure. I never really looked into it, Gilsey. Or Gisley, sorry. Gisley. But that's like saying, like, the US is the richest country in the world. But there's a large, large, large population, still on the poverty line, just barely surviving, just like most countries, but even more so in the US. So the money's in the wrong place, you know what I mean? It's with the corporations. It's not much different here, except we might be a little harder on the corporations, maybe not on the tax thing, but on workers' rights and stuff like that. So, yeah, but it's okay, you know what I mean? It's a good system, social health care, all of that stuff. I've been in other European countries and it matches them and surpasses a few, with the exception maybe of France. France has a brilliant system, but they have people who speak up. If there's something wrong, they'll protest and march against the government. Their government actually, well, I won't say fear, but they respect their citizens in the sense that they're not going to take any of their messing, really. I remember when they did the smoking ban in France, the whole country shut down. Train drivers, bus drivers, factory workers, the whole lot. Of course, here it was a different story. But that's my opinion anyway. But check it out on Google. Mm. I'm not familiar with Luxembourg. Gisley. Yeah, I knew a guy once that was working here from Luxembourg. I forget his name, but yeah, that was a long time ago. So I'm not familiar with the tax system, the working system, and that. Like any other European country, there is low-paying jobs. You know, if you're silly enough to take them. Uh, the hospitality sector would be the most abused. You know, but things are slightly changing because of the open door EU policy. So you've got more workers than jobs. So you know what happens then, supply and demand. Harder to get a job and you're going to work cheaper. And employers will always take advantage of that. But you know how the EU works. You know, you can only push it so far, you know. But yeah, I would place us, let's say, uh, healthcare, jobs, wages, and infrastructure, and the social things. I would place us, let's say, above average. You know, maybe. Mm, yeah, definitely above average. Well above average, actually. Now, okay, let's keep going. Oh, are you thinking of moving, Gisley? I suppose you could do worse. But yes, it depends on the job, Gisley, to be honest. Like, you're not going to get the same money, let's say, as a, working in a restaurant, waiting tables, than you would, let's say, working in a factory, or let's say, working in the tech industry. So obviously, education and qualifications would be the same, you know. Yeah. Yes, there seem to be getting more and more, and I'm totally behind more renewable energy. Electricity would probably be leading away. I think about one third of the power generation would be from wind farms. Yeah, but this is an ideal place for it. You know, we're pretty close to the jet stream, and then we're a small island, so we're surrounded by coastal waters. So yeah, I'm totally behind that one. It is underfunded in the sense that the power companies will obviously control a lot. But hopefully in the future that will change. The only thing that will make that change would be some kind of interruption in energy supplies like oil. That would force them in. But it would be a decade or two of hard times, you know. But eventually they're going to have to. Oh, from the Czech Republic. I think it's one of the very few European countries I haven't been to. I've been to Poland, Germany, Belgium, and Luxembourg and Sweden. All of them. Switzerland as well. But the Czech Republic, no. I don't think I've been there. Oh. But we've got a good few Czech citizens over here. Polish, there's a good few Yugoslavian as well. Of course, being an EU country, we've got that system where, anyone from the European Union can work here and vice versa. And, of course, the free travel. So they'll have the same rights here, or almost the same rights here as they would in their own country. Oh God, yes, Gisley, and no disrespect to the British, but now is not a good time. Um, I remember as a kid working in the UK, and this was in the good times. We're talking about the 1980s when the UK was doing the best it ever was. It was pretty high there, and the wages were absolutely brutal. And there was like let's say in comparison money today, there was people working in building sites for half the money they were getting here. Um, and if you did get stuck and got unemployed, if you were looking for any benefits, it was a pittance. The benefits here, let's say if you did get stuck, you wouldn't want to use them, but let's say if disaster happened, um, it's much better. It's like 4 times better, you know. So the wages have always been pretty bad, I found, in the UK. Unless you go into business for yourself, and that's a different story. Um, the problem with the UK is, at that time, there was too many people, not enough jobs, you know. But I remember, let's say, here on building sites in the 80s, let's say, where you would be getting, maybe 60, 70 a day, which was good money for the time, and that would be like maybe 120, 130 now. In the UK, they were expecting people at that time, to work for a little less than half of that. Yeah. But to be honest, knowing what I know, if I was living in your country in the Czech Republic, I would much prefer to come here, to be honest. You know, the the healthcare system is roughly about the same. You know what I mean? Roughly about the same. Yeah. And now the UK is not part of the European Union anymore, so getting and staying there legally could be a bit of a problem. And even if you did, let's say there might be some things you might not be entitled to, like healthcare and other stuff as well. You'd have to jump through a lot of hoops for that one. How much is Metaden in Ireland wage after tax? Oh, I'm not sure. I haven't been in the workforce at Gisley for decades, But a Google will sort that one out, you know. I'm sure you have friends that have probably worked or lived here, so they could fill you in on most of that. But basically, you're probably young. You're probably in your mid-20s. So when I was your age, I didn't even think of that. I would just go there and say and see what it's about. You're young, you need to get around and experience stuff. The only way to really experience stuff is, go there and be a part of it. But if you're asking my opinion, let's say if I was in your position, knowing what I do, um, yeah, I would say it would be easier to get along here in this country than it would in the UK, especially now. They've left the European Union on, well, some say a kind of anti-immigration ticket. It is a kind of hot number now, at the moment, to be honest. You know, I don't think I fully subscribe to that one, but I'd say for a good few of the voters it would have been an issue. You've got, local trash newspapers like the Sun and the Star. They're still going, stirring up hate kind of thing. They always have. You know what to say, bad news is good news. When it comes to the media, it sells good. Hate always sells. Puppy stories don't. But we're coming to take your jobs, that always sells. But yeah, the UK has a massive shortage of workers. They badly need them. But because of the rules they have now, it's going to be hard. YouTube have. I'm not sure. They probably have. But as I said, the only reason these tech companies move here is a tax haven, Gisley. Much like, let's say, that little island off the coast of the UK. What's it called again? Oh, I forget its name. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Isle of Man, is it? Or yeah, I think it's that one. Now let's keep going with this one. But that's just my opinion. You know, you should never take anyone's word for something. Just an opinion. Just an old guy's opinion. Okay. Okay, we'll see if we done with this one and then we can get the other guys. We get these double guys here. And I'll show you the now. We'll finish this guy. And then we get the tough guys in. Yeah, it's a bit high, so that takes a bit of time to reach up. We'll get these from here. 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 And then we do the little top layer. And we'll see how it looks. Keeping an eye on our health as well. That could be a tiny bit of a problem, but if we use the half brick, it shouldn't be. We'll get that half brick look. There we go. That's what we'll be getting, guys. And what we'll do then is, just for a bit of a look, we'll probably do the old 1, 2. There. That would be our finished look. We could always jump out here and do our thing later. That would do me, guys. Now, this is what we gotta do. This would be the most important corner to close in here, and then we'd have the other two from the other side. But I think that would work. Yes, well, we're kind of getting intercept here, the austerity. Gisley. Yeah. But that's everywhere in Europe. You know, you're not going to avoid that one. You know, the pension age was apparently risen by another 2 years because of it. Alright, let's keep going with this, guys. We'll start getting it out, but we'll have to definitely get this one. We should be ready for crops. We'll definitely get this done. Need a little bit of digging, I'd say, but nothing too major. This can be the longest time doing this. You want to be careful doing it on these ones. The water want to be quite high or it'll start to collapse like that. Well, there, that's not too bad so far. No, not really. I'd say, well, basically it's the same as any other country, to be honest. On average, I'd say grocery prices went up a third. You know. But not as bad as the UK, because the UK now has probably a supply problem. Well, from what I'm led to believe by media at least. Whether you can trust that or not is another thing, isn't it? Now, okay. We'll finish off the wall and then we'll creep down and then we see if we can kind of bring it back a bit. We need to keep fully fed as well. Don't know what's gonna happen here, but we need to be kind of half prepared for this. We'll have to chip on the outside after as well. There. Now. It's kind of weird. I don't know what happened there. What's all this about? There. Got it. That was nasty, wasn't it? Yeah, we've corrected it anyway. We'd have to move these down as well to make sure it's right. You know, the fitting. There, that should do. We'll put the workbenches in later. No, there's nowhere now in the EU that's actually cheap. Yeah. Okay. We need some stone. A bit on that and then we'll be able to work it from there. I'll have to chip the outside of the wall after, but I think we should be okay. Now, let's see, we dump this stuff when we go back, we'll rest. We won't be getting killed from here, which is nice. Oh, hi Tigger. Was that a bot, yeah? I didn't see that one. I missed it. Yeah, but he... Oh, that guy, he wasn't too bad. You know, I think he was on before asking the same questions. My opinion hasn't changed, you know. Now what I've got to do, push that one in there. Left and X. Yeah, left and X. Okay. Alright. Let's keep going. Oh yeah, we'll collect our food here now. We don't die. Would be nice. Now, okay. Oh yeah, a little bit of a fix-up over here, I suppose. Get rid of that cash as well we have. Yeah, not much. Oh. You'll get these guys from time to time. Yeah. There. Okay. I should have collected some stone while I was there, but we'll use this for a moment. Of course I'm carrying too much. I'm always carrying too much. Out of range shouldn't be too much of an issue. That would be too much, okay. Getting up here might be a problem. How's Marcus doing anyway? Ah, come on now, this is... I think it's my controller. Seems to be kind of iffy lately. Ah, Marcus is there, okay. Yeah, it's a bit low here. Right. You are kidding me. It's not gonna let me... Oh! It's not gonna let me... You are joking. It's not gonna let me push up. That's no way 7-8 meters. No, that's it. I'm gonna have to bring down the whole thing. Okay, let's just build up the wall and we go from the lowest point. There's no way it's much higher here. Although maybe this is going down a bit here. That's after putting it. Yeah, that's as high as it goes, guys. Now that is just absolutely stupid. That really is mega stupid. Yeah, that's as high as it goes. It's the corner here that's low. Okay, we'll put this up and we'll see what the lowest point is. I should have started from here. That's it there. Unbelievably silly. That's our work down the other side destroyed. About a quarter meter under. To be honest, I should have put the walls up anyway before I started that. I could take it down one brick. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll take it down maybe a meter. That was a horrible situation, isn't it? Yeah, see, it's starting to come back up again now. You silliness. That would have to be our spot here. Right here. And that would have to be our new level. You know, from the lowest point. It's a little bit of bad news then. I have a chance I'm going to have to do this all over again from the side. Okay, rule 1 in the future, get the entire wall up before you settle on a level. I don't know, with a bit of luck I might be able to maneuver it here from one of the pieces. Oh, that's horrible. That would be our level then. That's as high as we can go on that corner. Yeah. Oh well. Live and learn. Yeah, we'll be okay from there, I'm hoping. But I'll make sure and put up my full wall. That seems to be the lowest corner. Unfortunately, we jumped the gun a bit on this, didn't we? Not good. Oh, but hang on. Yeah, no, we might still be able to keep this, guys. You see this? We're still getting smack on this. Yeah, we might still be able to keep it. It's enough, let's say, to keep the brick on there instead of the top. Yeah, okay, we'll try it that way. We mightn't have to change it too much. it's just getting the silly corner back. Let's see if we can get this nice and flat without removing this. No, we might still get away with this. As long as that's still supported. I was thinking of running another edge along here anyway. Yeah, I think this would work. I think this would work. Yeah, that works for me. That works for me. I might have to hit it a little smack, I'd say, but out from that, I think we're okay. Not too much damage, I suppose. At least we seen the problems before we went too far. That's it, guys, that would do. That would work for me. Now, at least we can keep the other stuff. Could even do another brick on that. No, that would look. Oh. More thinking about, I suppose. But what about this? I don't think we do the corners well, but... Oh, nah. Might do. Where's the other guy? Not my thing either. It's the corner that would be a problem, you know. We'll work that one out later. Right, let's carry on with this guy. We'll go down, we'll get some... some stone. I don't think we have much. We'll have to make a run back for some, I'd say. Let's see, we'd have to make a run back. Yeah, but that's okay. I'll start to get the workbenches in a little later as well. That would work, I'd say. Oh, a flax field in the plains. We need a safe place. I got killed already here, you know, messing about with that other farm. So I need something secure. So that's what we're doing. There's a tar farm. There's a tar pit nearby, a ton of fuelings, dead mosquitoes, a lot of stuff. Not to mention the locks as well, but the locks are not too bad. So how have you been, Count? But yeah, we're doing a flax farm. Yeah, well, it's the only place that flax will grow, in the plains. So we've got no choice. If it was me, I would bring it back, let's say, to the meadows, to my farm, but you know, you're forced to set up here. We'll only grow in this environment, this cloudberries, and that other thing as well, I think. see the tar pit over there? There's one right over there. We'll start trapping those loxes after to create a farm here. I'm going to be destroying this section of land, so we might as well get the berries from it before we do. We'll need them eventually for taming lox. It's so boring getting these ones out. And hard to kind of click on them. You see how easy it is to get killed, hey? You're picking these and then all of a sudden you get hit from behind. There, that's enough for a while. These ones as well. Can never have enough of these guys if you're definitely going after that. The lox. Oh yo, little. See what I'm saying? You know, if you had bad health or bad armor, that would have been the end of it. There. Silly Desquito. Those guys pack about 80 damage, they're nasty. I've been good. Nice. Just had a full day of running errands, so I'm a bit worn out, but I'm good. That's nice. You kept busy anyway. Not too bad, but a pretty quiet, slow day. Didn't even bother going outside today, to be honest. Pretty much stayed in all day. But very quiet from the account. Oh, all the same, we got 76 cloudberries there. Right. No rest for the wicked. Let's see, is everything going okay here? It seems to be. Oh, the workbench. Okay, we need to start putting in a few workbenches, I'd say. That should do me for a while. We should definitely be relatively safe here, I'd say. Yeah, okay. It's a little bit on the heavy side. Now let's give it a shot. There. Okay, this will be our level, I'd say. Yeah, sometimes it's pretty good, it'll count. 100% agree. Oh, sugar. Now that's just silly, you know, we have to do it the hard way. That's where it was going sideways a bit. Okay, we'll leave it here for a moment until we bring our oh, Croc, you absolute numbskull. Can't believe I did that. We've got to do the tie-in here. God's sake, I know myself when I have to take down that wall. That is the stupidest thing I have ever seen. I have to do the tie-in in the corner before I do this. Because it's guaranteed not to fit. Oh, really? Right, let's go back. We have to sleep anyway. I was distracted because of the height level. I was ready to take the wall down. It's got to be pinpoint accurate. Silly. Okay. That was so stupid. Mostly we'll grab some stone and a waste of stone and time. But 1,000,000 to 1, it might have been spot on, but I so much doubted. It's okay starting from the corner, but it's got to be in line with the bricks, you know. That might not be easy. That just might not be easy. Kinda silly, alright. You start from that kind of L-shaped corner and then work your way around. Okay, we'll bring as much stone as we can. That was a waste of stone. Absolute waste of stone. There it is. Oh, waste. I'll show you what I mean. If I'm right, it should be a tiny bit off. I should have carried down with a wall. We slept, didn't we? Yeah, we must have. I'll show you what I mean here. We're gonna find out now in a moment how far we're off. See what I mean? We are a bit off. Well, we're gonna find out in a moment. We're gonna put these top guys in. We'll start building them up, and then we'll check. Chances are that wall will have to come down. And it was a small wall to start off with, but I got carried away. Got distracted. Okay, we jump. Okay, we don't jump like that. Yeah, this is going to take a mega amount of stone, I think. We're getting a nice green moor, so we're not too bad. We're not building too high. This will eat stone here, I'd say. Ah, the stone is gone already. Yeah, it's gonna eat our stone. I wonder have we enough to finish. Not to mention this thing either. Oh, hang on, we have some stone here. 2 and 11. Hardly worth our while. Let's see if we can get these guys in. Stone cutter. I'll have to move that one up a bit. Just a tiny bit. That should do it now. Don't have we enough stone for this guy? Oh, we have. That's that. Yep, okay, we'll go back and collect another load of it from here. I'm going to change this eventually if I can get my hands on enough tar, but if we can build this place up, it will be a nice place to attack from, a place to fall back to. Of course, we got markers there as well. There was 2 more. They're straight off. I don't know what it was. I don't think I held them in the pen long enough. That's the only difference between Marcus and the other ones. He was in there for about 4 in-game day and night. Yeah, in the game. They're straight off. They actually despawned, I'd say. Which I shouldn't have, but they did. Now, let's see how far we're off on the corner. This is the biggie. This is the biggie. Oh my god. We got away with it. I cannot believe it. We've gone away with it. It's almost perfect. Look at that. It is almost perfect. That is actually perfect. That is 100 to 1 shot. We can keep our wall. That is an absolute miracle. Perfect. It's actually lying perfect on it. Nice. There. So there, let's fix this guy. That's a bit of good fortune at last. Don't fall. How big are we going to get this guy? I'd say that there, that would be big enough for a massive amount of crops here. To be honest, I think we only need one farm for both flax and barley. There's no need to have several farms. You know, too much of a nightmare. Yeah, one farm would be good for that and the logs as well. So we'll stop the cultivation plot around there, and then what we'll do is we'll build our walls across, and then we'll extend it down, and we keep the logs in the front. But we need a wall across here as well, because if they get out, we'll use the fancy doors, but we need metal for that one. Or maybe steps so they can kind of get in and out, you know. Maybe a little house, tiny one on this side for ours. In case we want to stay over here a little bit. Yeah, that would work, guys. Absolutely perfect, even to these. You know, it seems to be working out. That was a fantastic piece of luck. Okay. Oh, I'll have to measure this in a moment. Oh, we have no stone. Okay, we have to run back for another shot. That was good news. Yeah, I'll start taking a few of these out in a minute, and I'll put a lot of workbenches around here to stop the spawn. But I think a workbench on each side would be enough to cover the entire area. You know, starting from there. One in each corner and one in the center just for good luck. Yeah, that would work. Okay, let's sit back. We'll do the finer decoration after, when we get enough tar. I just want to finish with the settlement first, and then we do a do on the flax. Well, it's not. We'll just call it farm. Yeah, we'll just call it farm. We'll do all the crops there. No need for separate farms. It's just be for the stuff, you know, from that biome. So, flax and barley, basically. Oh, we still have a decent amount of stone left. Yeah, we still have a decent amount of stone. We have enough to finish. Oh. Oh yeah, the little corner piece that I gotta work on here. Let's do these corners now, when I can remember. Yeah, you see this one? Ah, sugar. Should have doing it while a stone cutter was here. Okay, that's not going to be easy now, so we'll just do this. There, that's that. Stone cutter again. Ah. Okay. Should be straightforward from here, guys. Okay, Getting too dark, so I'll go back. Actually, what am I doing with blueberries here? Strange thing to have on the plains. Off we go. Can't tell if Croc is pretending he didn't see what I said. Sorry, Sage. Let me see. Is this the time you tell you can't do anything with the flax? Yeah, I know. I pretty much guessed. Yeah, there's nothing I can really do. I can feed it to some logs if I want to, but I'm gonna have to get this up. Yeah, I'm thinking we'll need that another table of some sort. You know, like we kind of progressed from the workbench to the forge, so I'm guessing there's another table. Yeah. Eventually, yeah. No, I'm gonna have to do it anyway. But I want to have a huge stockpile of it, sage, because we are going to use it eventually. You know what I mean? And sorry I missed that message. I kind of zoned out there for a while. But I would never purposely ignore a message. Oh yeah, I noticed that when it came up, there wasn't much I could do with it. You know, I couldn't cook it. I couldn't make anything with it. So I'm guessing flax is used for linen. So some kind of linen, I suppose. And then from the linen we can do something. So the boss would probably drop something. No problem. If you had ignored it. No, I didn't see it. It was away in La La Land. Sometimes when you're building, your mind kind of zones out. I suppose that's why I like to do it. It just clears my mind. Oh. We'll carry on with this. We'll work this out. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's in this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Rectangle would do. Typical. And we can extend it a little later for the locks. When we start our little crops and have some kind of meager defense. Well, maybe just a low earthen wall here until we dig it out. So where do we stop this? I don't know, guys. This is huge. What do you think, 7 by 7? Plumbing, which is connecting vital systems to each other. Huge divide. Yeah. Complete La La Land. 7 is a bit narrow. Although, it's nice to have too much room for crops. You know, you can separate them. I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 7. And there's one. Let me look at this for a moment. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. This is 7 by 7 here. I'm wondering, is that big enough for us? Oh yeah, the stone cutter. So it'll be about to here, 7 by 7. It's a nice size. I think I'll go 7 by 10. Yeah, the 7s, it does, yeah. Well, there's a 7 here anyway, if you know what I mean. Gives me 2 square in the middle for my gates and stuff. But it wouldn't really make a difference here on this side. This would be front and back. Or seemingly anyway. And there'd be no gates here, really. Well, I might going into the locks, but not in here. More step up in kind of thing. Too much stuff to fix. I don't know, 7 by 7 might be a bit small. I want tons of room here. 7 by 10 would be perfect, I'd say. Just going 10 down, and then 7 by 10 as well for our locks. And how many could you breed here? 4, 8... not many. 16 tops, I'd say. Maybe even 20. But that would be it. Those guys take up a huge amount of room. Yeah, the odd number, yeah. Well, this actually is not an odd number because these are 2s. It would be 2 meters. But an odd number in the sense of the, let's say, taking out the 2s. So that's 14 meters. So you'd want 2 meters for an entrance, really, to be honest. You could do it with 1 if you're doing a smaller house. But it's workable as long as you keep the numbers right. 2 would work. Okay. Let's finish this one and then... So what am I going? 7 by 10, and that will give us all room in the wall we need then to grow the stuff from the plains. We need a really big, thing for it. Yeah, I think you're better off, to be honest. No one wants to be going out fixing. But there'll be an entrance, let's say, from the locks to the crops. Well, a kind of entrance. There'll be an earthen wall about maybe 2 meters high, and then steps going over it. I don't want those guys going mad. I might line the inside of that as well. I don't think it'll do a ton of damage, and it would be easy fix with the larger bricks. They only damage these, but that would probably work. Okay, 7 by 10 and 7 by 10 on the other one then as well. Hopefully, but this time I'll make sure when I'm going down with the walls that we can actually make that length. But this is digging down, so I'd say we're okay. We might not get a 7 by 10, guys. You know what I'm going to have to do? I can't make any mistakes. We'll dig this out, and I'll bring these walls, and I'll see when it starts to drop. And then we'll know if we can... We'll half it between the locks and the crops. I think that would be the most sensible thing to do. We'll see how far. We'll see how far we can bring it down, because there's a drop down there, I see. There's a tar pit down there, and I'm gonna just be on that guy, and I'm gonna trap him in a moment as well. Yeah, I think we take no chances. Okay, guys, I didn't pick up the stone because I'm silly. I forgot to pick up the stone. We'll make no mistakes. We'll bring the walls down. We'll see how far we'll go before it drops, and then we can half between the crops and the animals. A nice centerpiece going down the middle. Yeah, because I know I'm going to make a mistake if I go 7 by 10. It might be more like 7 by 7. Let me see. We'll get rid of this junk here for a little bit. And I forgot to collect some stone from here. Oh, hi Andy. How are you? Hope you've been well. Oh, we still got a reasonable amount of stone. We still got a reasonable amount of stone. Right, let's get back and... Yeah, we're doing our slash crops, plains crops, animal enclosure. And because I ran out of food just before, well, a few hours before I came on, I was doing a little bit and got caught going back to the portal. A guy came around the corner of the building with a torch, smacked me. I think I only had 25 health, so that kind of put me out of action. A mistake I won't make again. So I moved the portal down. Well, live and learn, I suppose. Okay, let's move down with these walls. We'll see how far those little guys will go. Now that was a bit dodgy down here, so I give it an extra touch. Let's see. We'll have to do something with the outside of the wall shortly as well. And of course we'll bring these guys along as well as we're going down to make sure everything is right. No. Yeah, it seems to be okay. Yeah, this will take a humongous amount of stone, but yeah, we should be okay. Ah, yeah, okay, we'll finish this anyway, I suppose. Ah, that stone cutter. Stone cutter. There. Let's get the stone cutter going. Yeah, we need room for crops. I have a trained lox outside. I had two, and a calf. Now, this is what I found. I trained the first guy, okay? So it took about 2 in-game days and nights. So he was okay. So then I got another guy, brought him back in the pen with a trained guy, knowing they wouldn't attack each other. And then I tamed him. So the second guy was tamed, I fed them and then had the offspring. So I knocked down the wall and let them free roam. The calf and the second guy I tamed disappeared, but the first guy, Marcus, didn't. So Marcus was the longest in the pen. I'm thinking you'd have to keep them and be around them about 2 in-game days and nights before they'd kind of, something maybe got to do with some kind of cell reset, guys, or something. Either a cell reset or something. And that will keep them there. So you'd have to hold them there for a long time. Didn't think they'd stray away now, but they're gone missing. Yeah, no sign of them. And they're not dead. Far from it. But Marcus has been handy. He's been keeping away the furlings, or whatever they're called, the goblins. aggro and stuff and run off. Yeah. No, that. Yeah, maybe. But I've tried the whole area. There's no sign of them. Yeah. No sign of them at all. But they could be around. Yeah, you might be right. I'll have a look for them later. It's just a little bit dangerous right now. Stonecutter. Just want to make sure this wall is going right. We just need a top cap on it. I don't want to waste too much stone while I'm making the walls up. All we need is just this line here. Ah, come on, Stonecutter. Okay, I might have overdone it on that, didn't I? Oh, you. Oh, I'm just not with it today, guys. I am really not with it today. Yeah, there might be a height restriction as I go down, so I want to make sure I can keep the walls the exact same height all the way, so just being careful. That there, that will have to be built up. I don't like that one iota. There. That's a bit better. It was dipping a bit there. I have to sort that one out. Now, let's chat. I've been ignoring it for a while. Got to play some tonight. Really good sessions with some pals. Nice. Oh, workbenches now, I see. Oh, this is gonna kill me. I better start laying down workbenches. Always something. I had to go to the other portal. A good bit of way to actually get that stonecutter for this. But I was sick of taking chances here. So it's about time I got this thing done. Ah, that's enough there for a while. Okay, we need some workbenches. I want to extend that down a good bit, but I'd say once we get to probably the start of those red flowers, I'd say it's all over. I'm guessing. Oh, let's start putting our workbenches in here now, guys. Yeah. So. Sugar. Oh, it's always something. This is gonna be horrible with just one of these. Yeah, I'll start getting my workbenches in now. So we will take that guy. We will take that guy. And that guy. And now we'll collect the stone and then we'll start our workbenches. Ah, the old 0 stamina. Now, I'm carrying too much, of course I am. Let's see if we can get this in a little easier. There's one. I don't mind pushing it into the wall, I suppose. There's 2. There's 3. So what have we got? 2 blocks apart. So we'll keep tons of these workbenches here. Well, I won't do that yet, obviously, until I see how far we're actually going down. Yeah, that would work for the time being, I'd say. We'll leave that open and I'll fill it in later so I'll know where the workbenches are. Now, let's carry on with this. Let's see where we're like first. Stone. Okay, that's all our stone, I think. Right, let's carry on with our little job. And let's go. There. Oh, this fog killer. Yeah, it's kind of falling off the edge there, isn't it? Oh, it seems to be okay, kind of. Bit high there. There we go. That does the trick. Okay, I think it's time for sleep before we get killed here, but God knows what. Get another load of stone as well while we're at it. And that should stop the spawning inside, you know, getting a good few of those in. We don't have to see them either. Now, We'll do a little bit of exploring after. It's just this is so important to get it out of the way. I need a nice fallback base as well, you know, in the plains. Especially for that tar pit because... Oh yeah, I'm going to change the woodwork for the hardwood. You know, the one with the tar. And it looks much, much better. Especially the slate cubes. But I did take out one tar pit, but unfortunately only got 70 pieces of tar from it. There's another big one down there, and there's another one near the other farm. And I'll show you what we've been doing on it. That kind of look. I can't really see it too good from here, but I think it's much better than the thatch. There's some nice pieces. I'll get around to doing it all later. Just a matter of getting the tar. I can do that in my own time, you know, when I'm not streaming. Hopefully, if I can get a good stockpile of tar. Pity we can't use the locksters, let's say, as mounts for a while, but I think we gotta kill the boss for that. Probably get another workbench. No. We need to keep our food anyway. Right, off we go. Plains and swamp tonight. Ah, plains, sorry, and swamp. Yeah, I'm pretty interested now in the plains because of the tar. The tar I can use immediately. So I'll stick around the plains for a while. Hopefully not dying too much. Oh, we're back. Now. Okay. Let me see this guy. Yeah, once we hit our limit down here, we should have this done quickly enough, I'd say. Okay, that's wrong. I don't know how stupid that was. tree put me off. Alright, time to clear out the clutter. We'll take the cloudberries before we destroy the bush. Pity we can't get these to grow. They're pretty nice, they would make a lovely garden. It's such a pity. There, that's enough for a while. Oh, we don't want that stuff getting in the way. There. Now let's try this again. Ah, come on now, don't be like that. Okay. That's the way you wanna play it. There. This is where we're really gonna find out if we can get high enough now. If not, then we'll just fix it back. Okay, we'll stop it there for a moment. I don't think we'll make it even that high. Or that far, I should say. Right, let's give this a shot. It seems to be okay. Oh, there's a bush stuck on the side of the wall. Did you see that? We are gearing up for another run. Oh, nice, at the Mistlands boss. Cool. I think that might be the furthest we can go on this. We're gonna find out now in a second. No, we're okay. Now we want to start getting the other line in as well in case we fail on that side. So just get a little bit more of this done, and then what I want to be doing as well is getting at least the first line of that in. And we'll make this as big as we can to a certain extent, I suppose. Most of the work is done. I will carry the line down to make sure as well. What I do need almost immediately is a way to get up here, you know that. So I'll use some of the wood and I will create some kind of ladder, I would say. Now we do the old hop skip ladder, I'd say, here on this one. Yep, I'd say the hop skip ladder would be good. Okay. Oh, this is where we need the help of this guy again. I'll have to start digging that in a moment as well. Oh, hi. Hi, Seldrick. How are you? Hope you've been well, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, and welcome, raiders. And how have you been, Seldrick? Yeah, I was getting creamed down here. I died once, so I decided to make up a proper place for farming. Super tired. Oh, I'm always that way after a raid. Yeah, some guy with a torch took me out. I was down to 25 health. It was taking too many chances, running across to the portal. And eventually, you know, he just came out of nowhere. So, now I'm gonna stop that. You know, and get this thing up and running so we can do our flax and barley. Yeah, a guy with a torch. And look what I'm wearing. Weak resistance to fire. So, not ideal. Definitely not ideal. I don't have to be too neat here, but you see that map line? Ah, come on now, that's wrong. Something wrong with this guy with that pick, I swear to you. That should fix that line. I don't really need it fixed. There's a wall covering it, but still. That will do me. For a moment, anyway. We can kind of come down with this. So, we'll have plenty of room for the barley and flax. I know we won't be able to use it for ages, but still. It'll be a nice base to work from here. Yeah, wooden armor might not be the best choice against fire, but for everything else it's pretty good. You know, deadly for archers and those Deathsquito things. The piercing damage. Yeah, oh for me, yeah, first playthrough. For me. Flax is only used for a very limited time, and items. But barley will be needed forever. Yeah, this thing here will do. It'll grow, well, anything I need to grow. I'm going to grow it here from the plains. And maybe even some other stuff, you know what I mean? If it grows here. But we'll see. Yeah, barley will be used a lot. Okay. We'll try and come down with the other sides. Oh, I got to fit the piece in. I do. That's what I brought that guy in here for. Make sure everything is going okay before we pop over to the other walls. And just get these ones in. Yeah, make sure everything is fitting correctly. But I got these perfect on each side. Exactly on that line. there. That's for the time being, anyway. Right, let's hit the other side. And I'll do all of that little stuff in a moment. I just gotta get our walls up before we not commit too much to anything. Okay. We had to go from the lowest point there. The characters. Oh, Red Dead Redemption 2. Nice. Have a read some list, have a great stream, and have fun in chat. And thanks for stopping by and raiding, Cedric. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Yeah, it's after 6 AM for you. Take care, Cedric. Stay safe. Bye. And thanks for lurking. Appreciate it, Cedric. I'll be tied up with this for a while, I'd say. But my new fascination now is tar pits. I'm gonna need a lot. I took out one, and there's another one just beyond the trees. So what I do is I draw them down here, but I have a tame locks here, and he stays around Marcus, you know. Oh, hang on, there's some locks down here. I wonder, is that the calf? Let's see, guys. The locks that went missing on me. Let me see. The locks and calf went missing. I could even read them down there, you know. It'd be nice to have a tamed herd. I could run some enemies. No, that's not them. They wouldn't have going over that far, would they? It's possible. I haven't seen those guys before. But I think it's worth taking a chance and seeing is that I don't know if we can we swim across here? Well, I know with the archery bow, if it shows up red or target, I'd say this is a wild one. That doesn't look like my locks. There's another tar pit down there, you see it? There's a good few tar pits. No, that's my locks. No, it's not. Oh, you idiot. That was just pure stupidity. Now he's gonna be ticked off, isn't he? Well, I can bring him over here. I want to trap a few of them later anyway. Unbelievable. It looked like my locks. I thought when the bow didn't target. No, I could kill him easily enough, but I want to keep him. I'll be trapping a good few of those later. We just leave him. Hey, what's that there? Is that him? Or is that a bush? It's probably a bush. Yeah, I thought it was mine. One of them straight off, and a calf. I don't know where they went to. Wait, and hi, by the way. Can you tame? Yeah! They'll have calves as well. Getting them to stay is another thing. Marcus stayed. But I have a theory on that, Carrie. You see, I built this here, and I trained I tamed Marcus. So it took about 2 in-game days and nights, okay? So then I did it with an earth wall, right? It was kind of small pen. So then I got another guy in, and I trained him for the day and for 2 days and nights as well. But the second I had him, or it trained, I released the 2 and fed them, and I had a calf. Now the calf and the second guy I trained disappeared, but Marcus is staying around. So I'm thinking it was the length he was in the pen, or the length I stayed with him after he was trained. I don't know if it's a bug or if it's just random that he stayed here. But yeah, it's looking like you have to stay with him a long time, or at least keep them in the pen a long time. And then whenever you get a saddle, you can ride him out, I suppose. Yeah. But he damaged the rock as well. I'll have to take this out later. Yeah, that's a bush. I thought it was something there for a moment. Okay, he should be gone. I don't want to kill him because... Oh, we always need meat. And he's really good. He can... I've seen him take out with about 1/3 health. I've seen him take out 2 1-star goblin thingies. And thanks for following, Carrie. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. But I'm a novice at this, you probably guessed. So still working it out. But I think if you're going to train these guys, you want to keep them in a pen for a long time. Because I cannot find... Now these... Okay, let's have a bit of... Well, I'll show you with Marcus here, how handy he is. Let's see if I can do a really fine shot here. I doubted it. Oh, it was close. Got him! Now he's 1-star. Oh no, I got him. He's dead. That was a really good shot. Okay, where's my metal? There it is. Okay, let's get out of here. Well, if I missed, I could just lure him over to Marcus. No, I don't think that's my guy. And I don't want to disturb him. That is not my guy. The calf would be around as well. But I don't want to kill him. I want to trap them later. I'll use this thing here to trap them on the other end. Okay, let's get back into this. We need a safe growing spot here in the plains. And I don't know what that lox meat is like. I haven't cooked it yet. But I have about 100 black metal collected from here just from killing them like that. No, I can't really use it yet, but I think it's going to be interesting to have a stockpile. I'd say I'll eventually be able to make some decent stuff from it. Wasn't a bad shot. Yeah, I just needed to tune in on the second shot. It's not bad. My eyesight has been going for a long time, Gary. But it's natural, you know, when you hit your early 40s. Or, sorry, your late 40s. It's almost guaranteed. Okay, I just... Food. That's another thing I keep forgetting about. It's got me killed more than once. There. No, there's no way we can use this. Nah. Oh, I've got to move that stupid thing. What were we doing? We were putting in some kind of fence, weren't we? Ah, here it is. The problem with this fence is it's quite dangerous until I get the other pieces in, so I'll just fix that up for a moment. I'll have to go back to rest in a second anyway. And that will be our way up and down. I've only got one of these here. Couldn't get the metal across. Even lucky to have the metal here for this stone cutter. I had to do a little expedition. It was on the same island, but a good bit away. Here, let's just fix this a little bit. So we don't have any nasty accidents. Come on. Let's see if we can lure something into Marcus later. But yeah, I was just by 2 1-star. I call them goblins. Let's just call them goblins. And he took them out. He lost maybe a little over 1/3 health. A couple of cloudberries and he was as right as rain. So, definitely save your bacon a few times. Right, let's come back with that. We get some rest, we get some more stone. There's usually a 1-star spawns over there, even sometimes a couple of them carry. They're not too bad, I don't mind them. It's the guys with the torches are deadly. They may be a little easier to kill, but they're all over the place. It's very hard to get a bead on them with a bow, you know. They just won't stand still long enough, and when they do stand still, they're going to hit you hard with that torch, and it's pretty much over. At full health, I might survive one shot. That would be it, you know. We're pretty much done then. Yeah, it is. It's weak against fire. But it's really good against mosquitoes, and they're the ones that are really causing me the problems. But they're pretty much just a minor annoyance. But I've been pretty unlucky with a seed with iron, you know. So that's why I'm spending my time here getting this ready at least. And then I can push forward from here, heading towards the third boss as we work along. But now I have a new interest in tar. So I'm going to need huge quantities of that. Of tar. Huge quantities. I have some plans for the inside and outside of the settlement here. But that stuff, Andy, it's kind of waterproof, isn't it, with tar as well? And it's given me some new figureheads as well I could work with. Ah, that's okay then. Okay, quick fix up. We'll dump that junk and we'll grab as much stone as we can. We'll eventually run out of stone, I'd say. I would just dump that there. I've got the fire meat now when it's too late. I'm bringing it now, it's way too late. Nice, they're pretty nice. Here, I'll show you. I got about 70 tar from one pit. It was pretty small. But as you can see, I was doing something on this. I wanted to sort this house out, and then as I get the tar spread out across the settlement. You see, stuff like that I'll be able to do. I was just doing a few tests on it. A lot of this I might have to really change. Yeah. Yeah, tar. It gives you this kind of wood here. Hardwood. Oh, I'm pretty new to this. But once I got the tar, when I seen it, I said, yeah, that's exactly what I need. So I'll be able to do something like this instead. And we get these cool ravens as well. And some more figureheads, but they're pretty chunky. But you could use them on walls, I'd say. I still have a lot of building to do. I wasn't lucky I didn't finish the house in the end, you know. But now that we're in the plains, there's 2 tar pits. Very close by. I'd say we get about... They're pretty biggish. I wouldn't be surprised if we got anywhere between... Maybe, worst case scenario, maybe 170, 180 up to maybe 250. Oh, there's lots of stuff in it. Yeah. Yeah, I do as well. It's clean. It's more clean. It suits the stone a little bit better. Although it will be a good bit of work for me to change this, but still. Give me something to do during the day when I'm not streaming. And working out the little bits and pieces on it. Okay, let's get our stone and get out of here. But our main concern now is we can do the farm, and it'll be a nice place to retreat to as well when we're doing these tar pits. I might be able to lure some of those guys into Marcus, you know, because once they spit that tar on you, it's all over. You can't move. And look at what I'm wearing. Maybe if I had decent weapons and armor, but I haven't even got, the iron armor yet. And this one is what we have. We're to kill the guy from the swamp, then we're to kill the guy from the mountain, isn't it? So we're 2 bosses behind, so that's a good bit off. So we're kind of weak. We're definitely underpowered in the plains. Okay, my mats is off. Okay, hang on for a moment. Oh, 400, sorry. Okay, 25. Oh, hang on, you idiot. I keep doing this all the time. I keep confusing my menu with the box menu. Silly. Yeah, there's tons of new pieces. I'll show you a few. Well, I haven't got all the stuff, so this is only a fraction of what's in it. You know, iron gates and all these stuff here. In stone. Oh, darkwood. It's not called hardwood, it's called darkwood. I think they're planning on adding 2. Yeah, I heard they're planning on adding 2 as well. But what I'd like to see from them, Andy, are corner pieces. It would be just a simple thing, a 1/4 meter square. You know, and I'll show you what I mean. For this, you see that? Just a little square to add to those in different wood types. So you wouldn't get that. Or even a little decoration thing you could add on the side, but nice and neat, you know? That would snap in there. That would be nice. Yeah, but this I've only a portion. There's much more than this. Much more. I've only a portion of it because I've only killed 2 bosses. But I have maybe a lot more than I should have because I've been kind of sticking my head into the mountain area and plains as well. So maybe a little bit more than I should have. Right, let's make our way back with this and we see if we can... I want to see how far the walls will go down before I commit to the size of the pens in case I get caught, you know. I want it to be centered because I have a plan. But when was the last time they actually added anything new to the Sandy in pieces, or let's say out from a new biome or something? You know, extra pieces. It's usually the way till they do some kind of biome, isn't it? Right, let us proceed. Just want to make sure the walls will meet up at the right level. Oh. Yeah, I'll clean the outside of it later. Just make sure and get it up first so we can get some kind of security going. And then we start having fun with the wildlife. Now, why, that's the one there. Oh, we know in a minute when we bring over the... We're almost up to the level of that one. And we'll see what the halfway center part will be in a moment. Yeah, it is. There's so much stuff in this, but this is my first playthrough, so I have really nothing to compare it to. But, you know, I think it's a great game. Oh yeah, we'll have to be digging down here. Now we're overdoing it here, and this is messing up with this. Okay. Okay, time to start getting into this, guys. As much as we hate doing the ground levels, I think the time is here. It's starting to mess with our walls now. And this is the time consumer, this junk here. This might damage a few bits of that wall now, getting this out. Just got a bit carried away with that. But my pickwork has improved a lot. You know, since the first time I started this game. Well, one slip on that is a disaster. It can be a disaster. It is, yeah, it is, Gary. It's almost time for them to put the maypole back on the build list too. Ah, yeah, that would be nice to have a maypole. Not gonna lie, I had to Google that. Oh, the maypole, yeah. I found one. We tried to build a settlement, but the location it was in, it was undefendable for what I wanted to do. So then we cancelled that, and I think we started this one. But I went through a few seeds looking for a good place to build for the original settlement. I wanted 100 meters square with a reasonable 7 to 8 meter wall, so it took about 5 hours to find it. You know, the ground levels on this are crazy. It's hard to get a good building spot. Absolutely crazy ground levels. But when you have to pick a bad location, you know, the extra comfort point is not worth it. There needs to be a way to build one. Would be nice, even if it was expensive or kind of hard to come by. Or at least when you find one, you could scrap it. That would be awesome. Andy, you could scrap it and use the parts to build a maypole in any settlement you want. That would be the fairest way, I think. Yeah, I think that would be the fairest way. You know, kind of new material. That would be awesome. It's very hard to do this in the rain. I can't see the ground levels that well. Ah, fog as well. Come on now. Okay, that's not too bad, but there's a lot of leveling and digging to do. But not a ton. Nothing as ridiculous as, you know, the settlement that we're working on. This is gonna be all over the place. I can't see it in the rain. Come on. Yeah, it's way too low. Okay, let's keep a straight line on this guy. There. That should do. It's starting to trim down a bit now. We just got this bad area. There'll be less and less to remove in a second. No, just a small area. Oh, this will take care of a lot of our needs. Oh, hi alien, and thanks for lurking. Appreciate it. I hope you've had a good day. But very repetitive doing this. But I think well worth it, you know. To get a nice spot. And this isn't bad compared to most areas. There's not too much earth to remove. Now let's see if I can get this. So what level? Yeah, how am I supposed to see this with this ground fog? Looks okay. There, we seem to be going okay. It's time to start cutting that wall down in a moment. Oh, hi, Edai. Edai Bazai, is it? I am brutal at tags here. Let me get my reading glasses. Ethibasi. Etai. You don't mind if I call you Etai? Thanks for the work, Etai. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good day. But listen, but ask you anyway. What brand are you smoking? Rotmans. Yeah. They're a British company, but I think they're American owned. Pall Mall. They're pretty old. They've been around a long time like me. But Rotmans, yeah. I never liked Benson Hedges. You know, that would be the other popular brand. You know, was kind of caught in the throat. Ah, that's good to hear it, huh? No, no. You'd have stuff like Camel and stuff like that. You can get them in most of European countries, but most popular here and the UK. Um, but you'll get them in Germany, but mostly around the Berlin area, you know. So the best cigarettes, let's say, well, none of them are good, that I could find in Germany would have been West. They were the only really smokable. They're pretty strong by US standards, you know. I've tried Camel on that, and they're pretty light, you know. Yeah, but I'm nearly sure Pall Mall is a US company, huge tobacco company. We're trying to come to grips with the plains because we'll need tar in a big way. And we can do our flax or barley and, you know, maybe get some loxes. I don't know if that's the term, to get some, you know, lox herds kind of going as well. I'm a bit further up north. We were Iceland, yeah, limited. That's another European country. Czechoslovakia, Iceland, and a couple more I've never been to. Yeah, Iceland is pretty small, like we are, small country. Wouldn't mind visiting sometime. That will definitely be on my bucket list. Okay. Right, getting too late, guys. So, we'll dump this. I will collect another load as well. We'll have plenty then to work with. Ah, come on. We need that for workbenches. I'm going to place them in the walls to stop the spawn, and we can easily do some repairs, I suppose. So what's the popular brands carry in Iceland? I suppose the German cigarettes maybe West. They were pretty popular in, you know, the neighbouring EU countries. 2017, I loved it, yeah. Ah, that's nice of you to say. Oh, American. Oh, really? Oh. Yeah, like camo and the rest. Oh. Yeah, Dublin can be pretty nice, but the rural counties are pretty nice, Carrie. You know, the likes of Galway, maybe, and Clare, I would definitely recommend. Yeah, yeah. The same in Germany, let's say around Berlin. You know, there was tons and tons of American cigarettes. Tons of them. But I remember as well, let's say where I was living for a while, it was a large base, and they had their own store. So I knew a couple of guys who used to get me some stuff now and again from it. But what I found strange is, let's say, the base, you wouldn't even know it was there. It was way back in, and there was a lot of hedges and stuff. But from where I was living up high, from time to time you would see kind of marine patrols, you know, in camouflage kind of sweeping through, probably security measures, you know, about 4 or 5 guys together. They looked like snipers. Yeah. But that was back in the very early 90s. Yeah. Back in the 90s. But I suppose security would be an issue. And I suppose it would be good training, you know. But I met one of the guys, let's say, from that patrol. African American guy, really nice guy. But he was telling me his great great granddaddy was Irish, and he told me where he was from. Yeah. I think he said he was from, oh, it was an M sounding state. It could have been Mississippi, I think he was from. Nice guy. Yeah, but strangely enough, almost all US citizens I meet will have a granddad or great granddad or something, some Irish roots. Yeah. A lot, actually. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I found so, anyway. Well, to be to be perfectly honest, the reason, let's say, that I met those crowd of guys, I was driving around and I got lost. I think it was around the park in Berlin, but I had this rental car. And you know what it's like, no signposts, all these bushes running along these little, you know, in around the park. So I must have strayed on to the base. And these guys jumped out with guns, almost gave me a heart attack. So they asked me for my ID. So lucky enough, I was carrying a passport. Yeah, but there was no signs, Carrie, and it didn't look like a base. It looked like the park. You know what I mean? And they just kind of like they were part of the scenery. It just came out on the road, almost gave me a heart attack. And he asked for my ID, and he looked at it, and you know the country and the county. Apparently, his great granddad was from. Yeah, he was a nice bloke. Yeah, you know, he was a very nice bloke. But no signposts. You know, no warning signs. Zero. It was the park I was trying to get into. Beautiful summer's day. But after that, I could see them. Let's say once I knew they were there, obviously. I could see them from where I was. But you'd imagine it maybe put a sign up so, you know. Or at least have some kind of checkpoint or something, or some kind of closed gate. Very easy to stray on. Okay, what did we do? We slept, didn't we? And that one. As well. There we go. Now. Okay, it's time to fix that pick. We need the other workbench for that. But won't take the opportunity to grab a ton of stone. That's something we're going to be using a lot of, I'd say. There. We're off. Maximum amount. Can be pretty confusing. You know, driving a left-hand drive car in a strange area and no signposts. And the bushes, you know, the hedges were so high you couldn't see in the distance. But it was right beside, I'm nearly sure it was right beside a park and it looked like part of it. Well, we had a good laugh about it. There it is. Yeah. All from, well, the last really big influx would have been around the 1850s, 60s. Yeah. The 1700s obviously as well. And that's going way back. And there was a minor kind of influx as well during the 60s, wasn't there? Well, was it 60s? From here at least, I think, or 70s. Now, that's enough stone for a while. Now, at least we can see what we're doing on this. Right. Well, this is the nastiest part, and this is the part we have to get right. You know, if we're off just a tiny bit when we stand in that area to do the next level, it goes, oh, it's horrible. I'll get rid of that. You know, maybe I should have leaving the cloudberries in here, but it's just getting in the way of the crops and our orchards. Yeah, I can pick them outside. There's only so much the hole will do. And then we gotta revert back to the pick. There. Now, let's get digging. It gets a bit lumpy here because, you know, it wasn't high enough. We had to kind of grind it out. Careful here. Doesn't have to be perfect because the wall is coming back a few meters, but you know, close enough would do. Although I could do with chipping that a bit in a moment. You see this line here? I've seen a lot of these on the map. They're just literally stuck together. Okay, we're nearly over the high edge now anyway. The rest should be plain sailing. And that will be our planting field shortly. So we get the rest of the stuff in. I'm tempted to leave the bushes in, but yeah, it's not gonna work with cloudberry bushes. It's not like they're that scarce, they're everywhere. Much like the raspberries. Nice to run into someone like that. I guess their job requires them to be. Oh, definitely, yeah. But they know when you're not a threat. Yeah, exactly. So will this eventually be your second base? This is just for growing barley and flax. You know, anything here that will only grow in the plains biome. Because the stuff from the plains will only grow in the plains. You know, I can't bring it back to the meadows. And maybe breeding lochs. That's what I'll do here. But my main, and the real farming area is the one we came from. So what I want to do is create a main base in every biome. You know, maybe a base as well here. This is just a farm. So the meadows one we're in now, and that one would have the harbour. And I'll have to make a portal hub. But if I'm doing a portal hub, I will do it in the meadows as well, and I'll do it around, you know, where we first arrived, where we hang the trophies. There. Yeah, it is. Yeah, flax and what's the other one? Barley. Yeah. So I was kind of forced to make this one. Otherwise, I'd be just growing it in the meadows. Oh, come on now. Gotta get rid of that rubbish. There, that's it for a while. Now, let's see if we can flatten this little guy down a bit before we take out the last piece. It depends on the walls from the side, to be honest. I really need to be, you know, doing those, and when they won't rise up anymore, that's the time to call it quits then, I'd say. We will have to center this guy. You know, half and half for the lochs and the plants. Always found this part rather tedious. But it's an important part. It also grows earlier stuff. Oh, nice. We're almost through this now. We should soon be able to just do this without taking out anything, I'd say. There we go. That's pretty much that. It's actually raising it up now a bit. Just a tad. Not bad, I suppose. I see we're back to the pickaxe. Oh my. I was hoping to get this done before I came on, but took a lot of time getting organized. Okay, we almost have this big enough, guys. Almost. Oh, hi Tay. How are you? Pretty good, and you? How have you been? This can be exhausting. Yeah, we'll measure it out pretty evenly, I'd say. We'd want at least those 2 squares to cover a wall. And then, we could come down each side, I suppose, on those. We should be okay. With the wall going across the middle. We'll sort that one a second as well. When we get our levels. We'll see how big we want this. I was hoping 7 by 20. That's a bit much, but 7 by 20 would be nice. A motorcycle, nice. And I'm down to, oh cool, 32 pounds. Down 32 pounds as of this year. Nice, so you're making progress. Congratulations, Tay. That's nice. But be sure to lose it slowly. Don't leave yourself go hungry. You don't want any eating disorders. It's a small change in your diet. Make sure you give yourself enough calories. Well, that's cool. So, how have you been keeping and what have you been up to since? Now, let me get something here. This addiction to nicotine. It's not very good. Work and stuff. Oh, what about me? Oh, the same. old retired guy trying to kill some time, literally. It is, yeah. It is. Yeah, just trying to kill some time. Playing games, you know, spending time with my pets, my extended family. God, I've got such a large extended family. Watching a little bit of TV or media, social media. Well, doing a good bit, let's say, if you count Twitch. Yeah, basically just killing time. Do this properly, it should turn out pretty decent. I just not get too impatient. It's looking pretty solid so far. No, not bad, I suppose. But I did pay my dues. And then some. And then some. Exactly. Yeah. Every day above ground carry is a good day. Any other problems pale in comparison. Quite right. That's my philosophy. Hang in as long as you can. As long as you can. There's nothing after this, so it's best we make the best of what we got. Just oblivion. Yeah, it might be dropping down a bit from there now. Carefully does this little That's pretty much it, guys, here, I'd say. We're actually raising it up now, more than anything. Now, this is where we start to figure out exactly how big do we want this guy. We just got that little corner to work on. We'll build the walls down and then we'll figure out the exact size of this guy. Whew, so far it's pretty big. Yeah, just being is enough. Existing. Just a high corner, and that's the one then. Get that. Oh. Timing is everything with these guys. Like that. There. Just before they strike. Can hold about 3,000 plants. Actually, a bit too big, in my opinion. Oh my. But this, even half this would be ideal, for plants. We'll be killing a bit of the room on the side. And that's a lot of plants, guys. A lot of plants. Well, we can drop out every so often and collect. But I want this half of it here to be for logs. So, I don't know about the size of it. This should be roughly... Well, knowing me, I'd probably... Well, I don't want to interfere with this. So I'd stop here at maximum. I think that's quite nice. And we might be... guys. We might be... See, this is pretty low, so... This is going to stop us. Guys, stop it. This is going to probably stop us in a moment, you know. Otherwise, from that, I think we'll get a little bit more. Go big or go home. I heard that one before. Yeah, it's nice to have too much room, to be honest. You know, it's better than too little. The last thing you want to do is start extending or having any problems like that. I think we're okay for stone as well. Well, hang on. We'll get one more load, I suppose. There will be a lot of building here, and that's going to take an absolute ton of stone. The walls and the pathways. Let's go back. Getting too dark. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Done for weeks. And in the beginning, I suppose, to certain plants you'll need a ton of for upgrades and things. Like the flax, I suppose. Now, getting out of here. Okay. Let's get out of here. I just come back here to sleep, get a rested bonus and fix up this stuff. It's much handier than having something there, you know. Get some use out of this place. Oh, well, thank you, Eileen. I'll be sure to have a look. I think I've seen 2 of your posts. What were they again? Yeah, I think I might have even commented on some of them. Yeah, your portal hub. That's the one I was looking at. Yeah, the portal hub. Food. You see, that's what got me killed last time. Not paying attention to food. Not being able to take that hit when I get one. There, that should be enough. And everything, we just get some more stone. Let's see if it's rushing back for it. Get rid of these little spiky things. We collect them later. Well, that's all of the chests. There are 1500 stone. And that's it. Perfect. Let's go back with this junk. And then we'll start to figure out our size. Well, it's going to really be determined by that little river and the height limit. But, yeah, I can always chop down the walls if we need to shorten it a bit. But I'll do it before. Yeah, I'll measure it out and see. Now, I'll just pause it here for just about 30 seconds. I put some drops and cream and stuff on my doggo. He had a really bad eye injury. I just want to check it to make sure it's okay. You know, I have to do this every so often just to make sure everything is okay. It won't be a moment. Yeah, it seems to be okay. Yeah, for a while it looked like he was going to lose his eye, Carrie. But, you know, the surgeon said he'd lose his eye. The veterinary surgeon. But I had a discussion later with him, and he got another guy in that's, that's a more experienced. So, with a little longer procedure, they managed to save the eye. But he's blind, basically, in that eye now. I'd say if he's got 5% vision in that eye, he's got a lot. Yeah. And he's just little, he's just a little Pomeranian. But when I seen the injury first, I was absolutely certain he'd at least lose the eye. It was terrifying to behold. It looked like something from a horror movie. And then, let's say he had to stay overnight. And I got him the evening after. And, I felt really bad because, he probably thought we abandoned him, Because when I got him, he was about 10 months old and he had a hard time. Yeah, that's the way I was. He had a hard time before he was, abandoned. And he's never really recovered. He's come a long, long way since then. And he is 7 now, so I've got him a long time, 6 years or more. But, dogs never forget. Yeah, yeah. He would have been overnight there probably, by himself in a cage. Not knowing what was going to become of him. Well, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but you know what I mean. We always tend to think of our pets in that term. Like kids. Kind of transference, I suppose. But I don't consider that a bad thing, it's good for the soul. Hmm. There, guys. That's as good as it gets. Now, our problem would probably be on this side. So this is where we test the wall here and see how far we can go. And then we'll measure this up with brick and then we'll work out our center point. So we can, probably have to knock a little bit off that then. Let's see how far this can be extended. Ah, come on now. Here we go. Oh, okay. Maybe getting some stone would be handy. Getting rid of this junk as well. We don't want this stuck on the side of it. There. There's already a cup. Oh, sugar. I don't fancy getting killed again, you know that. Yeah, that thing down there is fighting something, isn't it? Hard to know. Okay, we want to be careful here. So what are we doing? We're extending this out. We need some stone. Let's fill up on stone. There. That should do us for a moment. Hmm. Hmm. They're not too bad here. Yeah, they're not too bad. You'll meet the odd one. You know that they're not great. You know, they're definitely in it for the money. I've always thought that that profession should be, more about the animals. I do appreciate that people need to make a living, but some would do it, let's say, at the cost of your pet's health. You know, just to squeeze that, a few euros more, like over vaccination, for example. You know, there's absolutely no evidence that if you get your dog all the vaccinations, let's say up to 1 years of age, but let's even be nice, let's say even 2 years of age, there's absolutely no need to keep repeating those vaccinations every year. They have absolutely, it's never been proven to have any benefit whatsoever, and there is a tiny chance it might even actually make your dog sick. But because vaccinations for most veterinary surgeons, most vets, would be something like 60 to 70% of their income, they'll keep pushing that. Yeah, they'll keep pushing it. But I had a discussion with one guy here, but just to be sure, I got my guys the same stuff for about 4 years until I said it's not worth taking any more risks. They're having no benefit from it. But the vet would be sent out, let's say, from the pharmacy where I would get my medication for my dogs. And oh yeah, vaccination. I told him, I said, really? I said, after, all of their shots and then the booster, is there any point really? I said, there's no real benefit for doing it. I said, even a small chance of a dog getting sick. So he did the old school number on me. Oh well, you see, it's like this. I could tell you now that, oh, they're okay, they don't need a vaccination. And then let's say if they got sick now, and then you'd come back to me and you'd say, I thought you said, that they wouldn't get sick, and you'd be blaming me. Oh, what a load of codswallop, you know? You see, his opinion would be biased because he's actually getting money from you. But I do not like people that would put animals in danger for financial gain. I know that we need to live and we need to eat. There's farm animals, and that to me is a different category. They're bred specially for that and whatever, and probably might have never existed. Even though that still makes me feel a little bad, but we have to live. But, cats and dogs and stuff that we have for companions and that, that shows that unconditional love. Um, it's really bad, to be honest, But it pays to kind of read up on what your pets need and that, So, well, number one, you're being taken advantage of financially, and number two is there's a risk, albeit maybe not that big. There is a risk to your pets of, getting sick. Now, my dog Toby, he has arthritis, so you know what, as Pomeranians are strange. They'll tend to nibble at her joints, let's say, if it's sore. And Toby goes right through the fur and the skin, right to the bone. So every so often, he's got to wear a collar till it heals up, Carrie. And then he ignores it, you know what I mean? But I always need a collar on hand. Those cones, sorry. Those cones. But I needed one. So I sent the wife in to the vet surgery, to get one. So she said, "Oh yeah," she said, "I'm looking for a cone." Oh, and it was what did they say? Oh no, we can't sell you that. We'd have to see the dog first. So you'd have to bring the dog in for €50, and they'd look at the dog, and then they'd sell you the cone. What a con! Absolute con. That was in my hometown. So I went to Limerick City. I was doing some stuff. So the very first place I went into. Yes, that's what it was about. Yeah. So you'd have a collar costing you a lot of money. A cone, sorry. It's just a piece of plastic. So I went into the one in Limerick, and I walked up to the counter. It was an old guy was there. He was the dude, He wasn't somebody serving. He was the head dude. And I said, do you sell cones? Yeah, he said, we do. I said, Pomeranian size. No problem, he said, how many do you want? I said, give me 3. There you go, he said, €6. €2 each. Albeit now that was a good while ago, it was about 5 years ago. So €6 for 3 cones. And it would have cost me €50 to bring the dog in to the other one, and God knows what they charge for a cone. Probably want a pint of my blood. Con. Absolute con. I don't really trust them, to be honest. I understand the need to make a living, but, some of them are pretty dishonest. I would call that dishonesty, to be honest. And that was a kind of a play on words, wasn't it? But it is an underhand thing to do. I don't know how many times in how many careers I could have picked where I could have been a very, very, very rich person if I choose to bend my morals, let's say. But I didn't sell out. It cost me a lot, but I didn't sell out. But I do know one thing. I wouldn't do it for €50, Yes, I got that feeling as well. Yeah. Just for the money, it's so disgusting, to be honest. It is. To be honest, there's some doctors just in it for the money as well. I have met some, and their bedside manner is absolutely atrocious. They're rude, they're snappy, condescending. I had to check my specialist. They sent me out this thing. I was to go for an appointment or something. And then they sent me this pretty frightening thing about prostate cancer. And this was, oh my, about a month after I had my checkup. So I said, hang on, might they have found something and they've been keeping it from me? So obviously my mind was going, So then they called me in about the kidney stone and that. So I was asking, oh yeah, he said, we sent you out that, and that, this, that, the other. And I said, do you think we need to check it further? Ah, no, you're okay, sure. If you show any symptoms, then we check. Oh yeah, when it's too late. So and then he asked me a couple of questions and I answered. But he said, you said on the form a different thing, in a condescending and sneering kind of nasty way. And I said, hang on for a moment. I can't remember everything I've written on that. And I said, most of that, I said, is in medical jargon. I said, and your mates will be speaking it, I said, constantly. But I said, I'm not in the medical profession. Do you understand? And then he kind of calmed down. But he literally tried to bully and browbeat me. Now, he was 20 years my junior, and that's not a way to be acting, But I put him in his place. He shouldn't have been there, to be honest. Your minimum bar, let's say, in the medical profession is, don't insult people. You know what I mean? Don't insult people. Oh. But I don't know how many people, let's say, especially older people, that would be getting something absolutely wrong. And I wouldn't approach it that way, you know. And I would never be rude or condescending, you know. Okay, fair enough, he did years and years of medical school. But I'm sure if I did as well, I would know. I dislike people who follow certain professions for a long time, let's say, and get their credentials or whatever the case may be. And then they would ask you certain questions from their profession. And because you wouldn't know, they'll have lesser opinion of you. It's like if I was drinking with Neil Armstrong and he asked me the launch sequence for Apollo 11 and I didn't know. And then that makes me, dumb. Just because, they spent maybe 20 years learning something and I'm supposed to know it automatically. That kind of stuff. There are. But I think in the medical profession, I think they get desensitized to everything. There are literally, the compassion threshold is very low. I don't know how, like, when I was in last time for a kidney stone, they put me in this bed, and there was an old guy beside me, and he seemed to be pretty old and pretty sick. Yeah, it could be the burnout as well, but I don't know. It's still no excuse to be really rotten to patients. You know what I mean? But it's no excuse. They're in there, they're sick, they're worrying, they're in probably a worse position maybe than, you know, that. But yeah, a lot of burnout. Sorry, I lost it. Yeah, there was this old guy, and he was always asking for a glass of water or could, the matron. It was the matron was there. The nurses were perfect. The matron, well, really and truly, she should be unemployed. She would literally sit there in her little kind of office thing and listen to him. I couldn't. I would get up and I would get him a glass of water or help him out to the toilet, dragging all the stuff with me. But this went on for the couple of days I was there. And she was always rude to me and I was equally rude back to her. But she did have the last word when I was going. When I signed out, she was there. Oh, she said, oh, you're going. I'll miss my little helper. That's what she said. Yeah, because I was doing her job. Yeah. I'd love to put a pound of sugar down a gas tank, you know that. She was a horrible person. Yeah, made fun of me made fun of me because she was so cruel, and I couldn't listen to it. Mm. No excuse. This was evil. Yeah. Like, this poor old guy was really suffering. All he wanted was a glass of water or someone to help him. His dignity to get to the toilet so he wouldn't, wet his bed, She was sitting there doing her nails and taking personal phone calls. And she wasn't young, She wouldn't have been as old as me. I would probably be maybe 5, 6 years older than her. No excuse for a woman in her mid-40s to be doing that, Or even a teenager, to be honest. Well, that really angered me. I thought it was a horrible thing to do. What are we, guys, without compassion? Now think about it. Without compassion and empathy. We're just beasts, aren't we? Grazing beasts without those qualities, traits, call them what you may. Yeah. That's all we are. We're nothing. When you lose those, I think you lose everything. You lose your soul. It might not always be in our best interests to have them, but it's still a better situation, let's say, than not having them. Not having them would make you some kind of sociopath. There we go. That's a pretty decent job. Maybe a bit low there. There. Now, it's the war situation now. We're gonna go forward on this one. It's pretty clean. We didn't even need to do that, but still. I needed the practice. We've got our stone. We have... I know this will take up a stream or maybe even the next stream to get this here, but this will actually speed things up for food production and everything, so in the long run it will save time. Yeah, the system. It does. Unfortunately, it's been like this since the beginning of time. Yes, yes. Yeah, but like, think about it, Carrie. If a medical system is geared up for profit, it's geared up for profit, it's not geared up for care. So, it will accumulate profit at the cost of, you know, someone, to be honest. We've seen it with insurance companies and that. They would be the prime example of this. But there's things that I think that should be, and I wouldn't necessarily call myself a socialist, to be honest, you know what I mean? But I think there's some things that should not be in the charge of private companies. Because we can be held to ransom, you know, by these things like, let's say, energy, food, and healthcare. And I do believe in you know, free enterprise, you know. And I do believe in capitalism, that you should be paid according to what you can do. You know what I mean? But I also believe that everyone should pay their fair share of tax. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I suppose I'm like most people. I'm somewhere in the middle, you know. Which is usually the right place to be. Usually the middle, you know. But yeah, but even the public sector, let's say, their jobs are too cushy. There's no punishment. There's no... what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, there's no comeback. If they do something wrong, or worst case scenarios, they just get told off. You know, they can be as rude as much as they want to be. Sometimes the sector can be very unprofessional, but I've tried the private as well, and it's not much better, to be honest. You know, it's not much better. Then you meet people on a bad day and they're bringing to work, you know. Oh, workbenches. Gotta get up our workbenches. But what really amazes me is, let's say, how some people can be, and their first word would be, something really offensive and rude to an utter complete stranger. That's always confused me, you know. You could say they're having a bad day, but and they're usually the first to complain when these kind of people, when things are not going their way. Oh, we need some wood. But there's much more people like that these days from the past 3 decades, Kerry, than there was, let's say, in the 80s, you know. Oh, but maybe a little heavy. There we go. Yeah, that should give us the room we need. There we go. Now we can give this a shot. Yeah, let's get rid of that junk. There, we don't need it. And we'll see how far we can push this wall. Oi, 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 oi. I love the way the birds will use this as a perch and recognize it. Hmm. Interferes and setbacks, and they lash out. Yeah, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I've had it here from time to time, Kerry. Um, I remember this one person. They come on and I call it going Yoda. You know, where they would type some really weird Yoda type stuff on the screen. And for a certain time I would ignore it, obviously, and be extremely polite and diplomatic. Hmm. It is, yeah. But there's always, if you look back through history, there's always been certain faces like that, you know what I mean? But that was okay, and apparently they were drunk. So they came back again, and I was again extremely nice. And every time they come back, unbelievably passive aggressive. Yeah. So why would you follow someone and visit them every now and again if you absolutely hated them, or you had some kind of chip or some? I don't know. I haven't got a clue. I don't get it. I have, I think anyway, I've never been rude to anyone. I've never insulted them. I've often heard statements that I considered to be unusual, but never comment. You know, not my place. Because it doesn't bother me, because I have my own set of beliefs and things, and, you know, everyone is entitled to theirs, no matter how strange it might seem to me. But it's a pity everyone doesn't think that way. Hmm. No, no, no. Just right from the get-go, very passive-aggressive. If I didn't know better, I'd think it was one of my ex-girlfriends, to be honest. Yeah. Oh yeah, I always give everyone as much attention as I can. I will, chat with anyone. I don't kind of pick and choose. Uh, Probably, yeah. Yeah, could be an ex-girlfriend posing under a different tag. But I felt like I was, getting the shoulder, let's say, from an ex-girlfriend or something. Just kind of weirded me out a little bit. And then you get your fully fledged trolls. Oh, what are we doing again? Oh, the hole. It's the hole. Here it is. But I always say if you're going to do things on social media, you better expect that. So you got to be able to deal with it. It doesn't bother me that much. Why should it? I'm not that tinned, skinned. Okay, let's see. Can we make it to that one? We won't be going much further on this anyway, I'd say. I think maximum amount of room on this because of the locks. They take up a huge amount of room. See, that's very deep there. I don't think we'll be getting that one. We're going to try it now in a moment anyway, and we'll see. Well, we might have to cut it back a bit, let's say, for symmetry, but... gonna find out shortly. Right, we can cut it from here and then push out. Hmm. It is, yeah, and feed on their frustration. I try not to get too frustrated, you know. Oh, there's some nasty things said here, Carrie. Unbelievable stuff. Yeah. To be honest, there's no amount of money that someone could pay me to text such vile stuff. Hmm. Oh my, death threats. One guy DM'd me and said he hoped I would die, and my family would die, and all of this stuff, because he was stalking a mod of mine, and she banned him. Yeah. Yeah. That was a horrible experience. Mm. None. None. So confusing to me, Carrie. Yeah. Oh yeah. The internet and social media is a dangerous place, Carrie. It's not a place where one would give any private information whatsoever. Yeah, it is a really dangerous place. My eyes have been opened a lot. Mm. Oh yeah, yeah. But she was really nice to him. She even sent him something for his birthday. But he was too far down a rabbit hole, et I. I knew it from the start. His views were, I don't mind right-wing views, but he was ultra right. He was QAnon territory. You know, you can't deal with QAnon. You know, those guys, that kind of stuff. But he would bathe in sympathy a lot, you know. No, I think it's just crazy. Yeah, it's just crazy. I don't know. I think it's when your mind breaks or something. But it's easy for me to say, you know. I don't know what gets a person to that stage. I don't know. Do you come back from that? I live by very, very simple rules, you know. I judge a person by the content of their character and their actions. I would never judge them by their religion, their political beliefs, the colour of their skin, anything. It means nothing to me. Absolutely nothing. You know. And I do believe that a person should treat other people as they would wish to be treated. Just the simple rules I want to live by, you know. And that's it. Simple enough. I think so, to be honest. Yeah, I'm strange. I obviously have certain beliefs, but they're always open. You know, I always, let's say, downgrade them or upgrade them or change my opinion. I'm always learning. So I never have a set opinion. The problem with having a set opinion or a set belief is if you're wrong forever. You know, just like science, you know, your opinions and your intelligence has to evolve, or else you're going to be stuck with the mind of a 12-year-old, you know. Mm. 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 Yeah. Imagine if all of your beliefs and all of everything you know was concrete, and contrary to any evidence, Carrie, you would never change your mind. So, let's say you're 15 years of age. So therefore, as a person of 65, you've got the mind of a child. You're never going to grow. You know, your body, obviously, yeah, but not your mind, the most important part. Bodies are nothing. It's your mind. Your mind is the thing you gotta protect. Abusing your mind is just as bad, if not worse, than abusing it, let's say, with opiates. You know. And I'm not saying, you have to be Einstein or anything, or extremely clever or have high grades. I mean, just have a logical mind. You don't have to be massively high IQ for just some basic logic, You could start there. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Intolerance, you mean? Yeah, of course. A lot of people are intolerant to any views other than their own. Even playing a game, let's say you often get people coming by, oh, you're doing it this way, ha ha. So just because you play a game differently and you don't do it the same as them, sheer intolerance. And at such a young age, to take the time to type that out. And I know it's only a simple thing, and it doesn't bother me, but just as an example, Well, you gotta have a progressive, curious, open mind, of course. How else are you gonna learn? You might make a tiny few mistakes here and there, but if you're willing to own up to it and admit to your mistakes and learn from your mistakes, you're progressing, you're going forward all the time. You're never going back or standing still, you know. But, if everyone didn't have a mind like, let's say, if everyone didn't have a mind like that, we'd still be stuck in the Stone Age. We'd still be probably riding around on horses, with muskets. But as I said, it doesn't bother me that much, but it's just, I wouldn't say amazes me, it confuses me. And I have nothing at all against right-wing views or left-wing views or whatever the case may be. I have my own certain views and wouldn't impose them on anyone, you know. Exactly. You learn from these, Andy. Yeah. A mistake is, it's a better learning experience. And a mistake and a loss is a better learning experience than a success and a win. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, way better. Kind of, Dak. Yeah, kind of. Like, let's say I have a certain opinion. Um, let's say I'm smoking these cigarettes, just as an example, Dak. Here, just wait till I get away from this portal. Let's say I'm smoking these cigarettes, and I say to you, oh, these cigarettes are really good, and they're great for you. They'll make you healthier. Well, you know that's not true. You know that it's a pretty dangerous thing and it's going to make you sick. But that's what I believe, okay? And then you simply say to me, well, I don't think so. I think they're dangerous. And then I become offended. You know what I mean? It's not even about who's right or who's wrong, but it's the inability to have any view other than yours. This is what has this world exactly the way it is. You know what I mean? But imagine if everyone had the same views. Would we even be human anymore? Would be some kind of like AI machine, some kind of Stepford wife, But it's the whole kind of debate, the whole kind of, well, this is my opinion kind of thing. These kind of debates and things, this is how the system has always worked, and this is how people, get along and learn. You should be able to discuss things and that without ever losing your temper. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, that's just my view. And when I'm saying this, I'm not specifically, let's say, talking about social media, but mostly about, let's say, a circle of friends I have here in my country. We tend to get along pretty good. We have, way different views, but we never fall out. But I don't seem to see it anywhere else. Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Exactly. Yeah. And what does it matter if a person's opinion is different to yours? Whether it be right or wrong is immaterial. You know, it doesn't affect your life in any way. You know what I mean? So, why even think about it? And thanks for lurking, Andy. I appreciate it. I hope you have good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Andy. Take care. Bye. But I remember, let's say, at school, and all the other stuff I did, and the circle of friends we used to have then, and even now here that I would personally know. We've always had discussions. We've often been totally on different ends of the spectrum. But we could laugh and joke about it, and that, even though we totally disagree on something. We'd have, obviously, different angles on things. And it's never been a problem. Until I started visiting social media and see how many people are at each other's throats because of the tiniest, silliest little things. But like you said, it's almost like an excuse to be mean. Oh, hi, Cannabis. How are you? And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been? Right, cause it's about who's right and who's wrong. I blame millennials. I would like to say that, but I don't. Strangely enough, what I can see, Dak, and millennials have potential. They're going to be running the whole world in another 10 or 15 years. The older generation, strangely enough, the generation before me, and some of my generation, seem to be, in my country at least, the main culprits, and this kind of certain system they had that's unchangeable, Stephen Fry has been discussing this a lot. Really? Yeah, I like Stephen. Loved him in Fable, and I used to watch the BB series, let's say, about Blackadder. Yeah, nice guy, Stephen. Social media is simply toxic by its very nature. Yeah, of course it is. Because everyone is anonymous, and that will bring out the worst. If you want to see what someone is like, yeah, do the social media. Yeah. No sense of consequence, exactly. Yeah. No, they weren't tribalistic, but they had a concrete set of things. Once they hooked on to something dark, they never let go, despite the evidence. Yeah. There's that kind of, I believe, kind of thing. But no, this tribalistic thing, or what they're calling it now at least, this wanting to belong to some kind of cult kind of thing, to identify with another group, it is kind of modern. But you could go back to the 60s, and you would see that again, Dak, during the 60s. They called themselves different things, and, but the whole thing was, kind of much the same. And how have you been? And hi, just call me Slake, and thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome to Grimini. Is screaming, yeah. Now he said the left is screaming, just as loud. And no one is listening. Yeah, everyone is going crazy. And to him, that's the problem. Yeah. Hi, Jules, and how are you? Hope you've been well. But, what do you consider yourself in the middle, left, right, or whatever? As I said, just don't take offense by people, whether you believe them or not. Be nice. And yeah, that's about it. Ah, that's good to hear. Not too bad, Jules. I hope you've been well. It's like teenagers joining a gang before mobile phones were invented. I was around then. Except the gangs have gone global. Yeah, and have IT superiority. Now, that is right. That is right. Slake. It started off with how strange people can be to other strangers on social media, you know, and then it kind of snowballed forward into this. Kind of snowballed into it, yeah. Where, let's say, lots of people will be absolutely intolerant to any beliefs that don't exactly match theirs in every single tiny way, and would take great offense if they were challenged on anything. But if I'm having a debate with anyone, right, there's two words that they can say that prove to me they're not worth debating. Number one is they will say, that's a fact, right? That's one red flag. But another one I hear much less is, I know everything. Now that is some statement, isn't it? I know everything. I just tune out after that. I won't debate or chat with them after that. It's a fact. Yeah. Who knows what a fact is? Yeah, you know what I mean? And I know everything about this, which is impossible. Because if you know everything, you know nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I just tune out. They're the two words, and I just give up. The word fact, you know what I mean, and that. Now, people can quote statistics whatever way they want. There's a website for everything, guys. Obviously, the type of website you use would give it a little bit more credentials, I should say, but, you know, basically don't be getting into debates. That's all I can say. You know, just have your own beliefs and that's good enough. But we have come a long way, Dax. But we are starting to regress a bit. But it doesn't bother me that much. Because to be honest, every 3 or 4 generations we get this kind of madness. Yeah. And always, it's always when times get hard. You know, when money gets hard, work gets hard, food, and that kind of thing. And then we kind of go into a little kind of prosperity thing again, and things kind of calm out, and you get a generation or two then that, let's say, didn't have to deal with that kind of stress. But sometimes, let's say, the suffering of one generation due to hard economic times can carry over to the next generation, making them maybe a little crazy as well. So it takes a few generations to go out and come back in again. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things, you know, you gotta ask what puts a person that way in the first place. But imagine if you were working every hour that God sent just to keep a roof over your head, not knowing when you were going to lose your job, stresses, maybe having to pay bills. You know, oh my, that would break a man. You know, that would definitely break a man. Having that constant worry, and probably generations before you having that worry, you know, as well. So, it's easy to judge. Oh yeah, I definitely know how to function without any kind of technology. Yeah, I suppose I'd make a good prepper, a good survivalist. So there's definite progress. You go back, Dak, 500 years ago. Yeah, you know what I mean? Even not so much. You go back in my country, even here to the 1940s. You know, it's come along in leaps and bounds. But we must be careful that we don't backslide. The only way I can see us backsliding is if we give large corporations too much power. Yeah, it would be like some kind of futuristic movie. Yeah. Because they've got too much as it is. They're too influential. No, no. But you'll always get a little bit, Jules, of backsliding, to be honest. You know, you'll always, for every 2 steps forward, you'll always take 1 step back. It's the way history always is, you know. It's the way history always is. But yeah, I have great hopes for us as a species. I would love to see the day, like, let's say in Star Trek, where there's no money, there's no hunger. You can pick whatever job you want or not take a job, you know? That kind of thing. Where people, like, let's say, like, certain class and cultures, let's say, with it, like the ancient Greeks who would kind of follow, something that wasn't necessarily for making money, let's say philosophy or, you know, where the money drive, everything is about money, isn't it? You know, and that blinds us to a lot of things. The career you pick, the things you do, is never what you want or what you love in most cases. Everywhere, Jules, everywhere. But I would love to see us progress to that kind of utopia, where you could pick whatever job you wanted to or not, Everyone had enough to eat and, we're perfectly good. And to be honest, it could be much like that now if we wanted, if we could all kind of band together. But because everyone wants to be the top dog, and that's never going to happen. When you've got 10% of the world's population with over 50% of the wealth, it's not going to happen. Feeding people animals was... Yes, it was in Rome. Yeah, the mob. Baying to the mob. Yeah. I think now they call it cancel culture. Yeah. That's your goal. Nice. The modern era. Yeah, we went from boom boxes to lone nerds and the birth of the internet. Correct. Yeah. Uncle Roger got cancelled. Ah. Now, let's keep going with this, guys. I might be able to get a little bit more done. But we're working on a large growing plot in the plains. It's a pretty dangerous place. I got snuffed out here once already, so I've got to be careful. But the plains, it's no country for old men, I can tell you. But I must admit this game is a lot of fun. And nothing is easy, getting to that certain level. Boomboxes, yeah. But I was around before, cell phones and the internet would have been used like that. The batteries all the way. I come from the Pong gaming generation. That would use the D batteries. Yeah, and the RF fitting on your TV. It was just a dot and two bats. Great entertainment. And nice to meet you, Slake. I came in... Oh, nice, Abuser. I gotta keep pushing on solving a network issue, no problem. And nice to meet you and your crew. And thanks for stopping by, Slake, and following. I appreciate it. I hope you're successful in what you're doing, and I hope you have... It's probably, around midnight for you. I hope you have a good night, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Yeah, Slake, take care, and stay safe. Bye. Pong, yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember Dad got it. Oh my god. I think it might have been 70s. Yeah. Oh, but it was so amusing. We were really privileged to have it. I only noticed that when I heard the buzzing sound, yeah. First bit of planes I heard. Oh, no, I can pretty much handle the mosquitoes. I've got Abomination suit fully upgraded. It was one of those goblin guys with a torch. Just came around a turn. Just a wrong moment, didn't see him. And I was down to 25 health. It was my own fault, I was being careless. I was making a dash for the... portal and ran out of steam. And he smacked me with a torch and it was all over. Yeah. So that kind of caught me. But totally, Totally my own fault. All I had to do was run towards Marcus, that trained locks I had, and Marcus could have taken him out easily, but I got brave with a bow, you know. I forgot about the suit I'm wearing. You know, useless when it comes to torches. So about 90, I suppose. They were damaged, and seeing as I had 25 health, I was killed instantly. Okay, let's go, and we'll do a little bit of this. I just wanted to get the main structure up. I'll probably work on it later today, if I get some time here and there. Try and get the rest up. So it's going to be for growing some crops and keeping locks in the front as well. Yeah, mine too. Pong. I think it was the very first console, wasn't it? No problem, Carrie. Already too late for me, so do it. Oh, Bedfordshire. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's after 7 AM. Yeah. It would be lovely to come bug you some other time, some other night. And you're welcome back anytime, Carrie. And I hope you have a good morning. And I hope you have a great day. Take care and stay safe, Carrie. Bye. Ah, Bedfordshire. A long time since I was there. I remember they used to make the trucks there in Bedfordshire during the 70s. I'd say it's changed a lot since I was there. My first single player RPG was The Wizard of Firetop Mountain. Cool. And then the arcades, you know, we used to, oh my god, I used to spend everything I had on the arcades in the early 80s. All of the Japanese games. Where are we going? Oh yeah, do we need more stone? Yeah, okay, we'll take more stone anyway. Oh, we're carrying some, that was a bit of a mistake. We'll get some more anyway. Let's see how much more we can carry. 315, 415, that will do another 100 stone. Let's dump this junk in here so we're not carrying anything. Oh, we're not carrying anything. Right, let's get back and see what we can do. We have our food, 146 we have. There's too many portals here. I'll get around to clearing the islands that I'm on and eventually just leaving one portal in the center if we ever need to get back without a boat trip. So I'd say that would do it. There. Always gotta fix that pig. And eventually go. We have a ton of cash again, so we'll buy some more lighting from the vendor. I'm using the Hammett lights. They're cool. My pleasure, Carrie. And have a great day. Continue reading 326. How much longer are you on for? I'll push as long as I can. It all depends on how quiet it stays here. I've been on exactly 6 hours. So I try if I can, like, let's say I only advertise for 4 joules. I always do in case I'm not feeling well. But I've been known to go anywhere from 4 to 8 depending on how I feel and maybe the noise level here. So I might be on for another half an hour or so. Maybe even an hour if I could manage it. Yeah. I have to dip out for a bit, but I will be back. No problem, Jules. And thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I appreciate it. But if I don't see you again, I hope you have a good day. And take care, Jules. And stay safe. Bye. No problem. And thanks for that, Jules. Have a good one. Now, the fog is a killer in this, guys, because, you know, for obvious reasons, I want to see this nice and clearly. Okay, we'll start using the ladder for a change. Yeah. We'll see how far I can push out on this wall. Oh, hang on. We were having a problem here at the base, weren't we? Okay. Let's see if I can do this right. If we just get that center. This should work. Okay, I heard one of those little goblin freaks. Did you hear that? creepy little guys, aren't they? Have a good one, Jules. Yeah. I heard his little scream. He's probably over there somewhere. I can't see him in this fog. There he is. Yeah, he's down there somewhere. But I think per se. Oh, he's got a torch. Has he? They're the only guys you really want to look out for with this stuff I'm wearing. That should go in a moment anyway. Okay, that's not too bad. We can still keep pushing forward. But I want to be doing the concrete now on the sides, guys, because I want to get a center point on this as well. Okay, that will need to be adjusted a tiny bit. You see how it pumps out the edges? I really hate that, so we gotta go and fix that later. But I think with the walls, it's just the outside we really need to do. Now the walls would hide that. Another good thing about the walls. Plus the grab, let's say, from trolls on the inside of the wall as well. A little bit less damage. Okay, it's time now we consolidate, I think, what we did. Well, that looks to be pretty solid, except for that, maybe. You see it there? There. There. Perfect. Now, let's go fixing the walls on the outside at the very least, and then we can start to count them down along and see where we can have the middle section. So imagine this as a rectangle, and then one of these going right across the middle with a huge gate. On one side you'd have the locks, on the other you'd have the crops. But the gate wouldn't necessarily be on the ground. It would be about maybe 2 meters up on a natural stone wall covered in stone, so the locks can't get in here. And we would have to kind of climb the stairs. Now, I might be able to make a base there in a house where you'd walk into the house and you'd have the essentials in case you needed anything. And you could walk from one side of the house to the other, getting out into each piece. And you'd also have your portal, you know, for getting in and out. I think that would be a nice plan. So a nice little house as well, which is kind of halfway into each pen, if you know what I mean. Something like that might work. There's a small possibility I might have to use a tiny bit of metal on it, which we don't really have. So that's what I'm thinking. Seems good in my head. So, let's work this one out. Here now we'll start choosing. Where is that stone cutter? There it is. And we don't have to go all the way up just this far, and so I can do a little bit of counting. But there's one thing we will have to do, we'll have to keep scrapping this. I'm not even lucky to have a stone cutter here. I had to do a large expedition to the other side of this island to collect that. Now one slip here and it's all over. Very easy to slip. There, that's enough. Okay, we'll just fix that piece. Doesn't have to be mega, level, but close enough. We don't need any heights there. There we go. There. That's good. Yeah, I've had a bit of practice in that. One slip and the whole wall needs to be redone. Okay. I'd like to do that with Darkwood. There's going to be a mad dash for Tar as well, I'd say. That would be our new obsession. Now, realistically, I could push forward max, maybe another 2 meters. So let's check here for a moment. We do a little bit of counting on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, we need another one at least. 15. We can't really do 16. It will have to be an odd number. Oh, hi Jack. Thanks for the raid. Sorry I missed that. Appreciate it, and welcome raiders. And how have you been, Jack? Hope you've been well. I was doing my little counting routine, getting a center point on this. So, what have you been up to, Jack, and what have you been streaming? Oh, pretty decent, yeah, pretty good. I hope you had a good one also, Jack. And what were you up to? What were you playing? Gonna pop out to meet a friend soon. No problem, Jack. But I look forward to seeing your improvements. Yeah, I was growing some flax down here, and I started to get messed up by these goblin guys. I could handle them pretty much when I seen them coming. But then they start sneaking around, and I got careless leaving my health run down, so I decided to build a proper place instead, so we can come and grow our stuff in the plains without taking any risk. So this will be a large barley, flax, lock enclosure. Doing some trail building. Nice today in Valheim. Nice cozy day in the woods. Ah, cool, in the Black Forest. Hi Soul, and good morning to you. I hope you've been well. Oh, nice. Double morning and home office was lurking. And thanks for lurking. Not too bad, Soul. Yeah, not too bad. Starting to get a little tired, but this has been keeping me going, getting this done. If I got the time today, I'll work more on this, obviously, and create my, centerpiece on this. But I have a plan for it. I definitely have a plan. We just need to see it through. So we'd need one more, but there's no way we're going 4 meters after this. I think 15 it is, so it would be 7. There would actually there would be 7, that'd be square. Yeah, so that's 14, 15, so we'd need a full one for the centerpiece when we build a wall across, and we want to be neat about it. And then obviously you'd have 7, and it's 7 at the back. Not that big, but still. I'll show you where the centerpiece would be. So, still 28 meters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7. That's 7 there. Well, let's see. That was 7, wasn't it? We'll be coming across here. Like that. And now let's check this. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this will be the 7th one. And then we'll have to do the turn here. So that would be about right, guys. You know, going any further is a waste of time. So we worked out on a box. It is a square. It's not a rectangle. 2 squares, actually. What do you think? That would be big enough, wouldn't it, guys? Yeah, that's big enough. That's a 28-meter square. Now remember, we'll be coming out a couple of meters for our house. That will be... I don't know, could we push a bit more? I wonder, could we push another... Well, to make it worth a while, we'd have to do 2 of these. So 2, 4, 6, another 8 meters. I wonder, could we do another... We never get 8 meters on this, would we? Okay, I'm going to give it a shot and we'll see. Worth a try. Alright, this is where we want to be stopping here. And then going across. There's no problem on that side. That will take it easy. Well, at least I think it will. I don't know about the 8 meters. No, it's not going to work. Because this is too high. No, that's it, guys. We're talking square. This is big enough. Okay. Now, this is not going to be the easiest. Let's get these in for a moment. Lining up this one is going to be an absolute nightmare. Here, let's get the ground level first. That's collapsed that side. That will have to be done again. Stupid when it does that. Okay, we'll get rid of the plants. This guy's not big on stamina, is he? I noticed the ground level should be taken down, but they're not getting over the wall anyway, so no harm, no foul. Still high enough for me. I don't want to change the landscape too much. Okay, I think that would probably do. Okay, let's see if we can come across with this piece. A simple trail can be powerful too, to control what people see from which viewpoint. But is really good. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Now, this will be the hardest part, guys, lining up the next wall. And that's where we're turning it now. Okay, that's wrong. That's wrong. Right, let's get these ones down and then we'll worry about it. We'll finish it piece by piece. Oh, the workbench. Oh, we can still get it from here, not too bad. For a while at least, although the top ones will be a bit of a more problem. Well, at least we got our square in, so it's not too bad. I think it's like a 28-meter square. Carrying too much. Oh, what am I carrying anyway? Hey, let's dump this back over here again. It's always in the way. I think we have a little bit of time. We have enough daylight on this to do a little more. Just get something to drink. That first look, yeah, Bleak Falls Barrow. Yeah, amazing, isn't it? It's a great game. It's a pity that I didn't really follow up on it, Dak. Got sidetracked with such silliness, you know, as MMOs. And pretty shady ones at that. And thinking then that Bleak Falls Barrow was the high point, you know. When there's such, you know, really... Well, how could I put this? More interesting places. Okay, I suppose I'll use the stone. Let's see if we could chance a bit more before it gets really dark and get a few more pieces in. Did I not just pick? I did. Almost certain I did. We don't feel rested anymore. No, we dumped this. Is way too dark to carry on. We seem to be kind of safe here. The spawns have stopped around here as well. I think we're safe enough. We should be okay. No. And it really shows in the stuff they do. But I would be kind of biased anyway because I'm not really into DAC, into MMOs, you know. So I'd be kind of biased anyway. You know, I have a certain view on it. But if they keep churning them out, anything like Redfall anyway, under Microsoft's wing. Microsoft can wave bye-bye to that pretty large investment they had with that company. Couple more like that, and that's it. The writing is on the wall. Especially if Valheim should have worked a lot more like DayZ. Yeah, but I've always found maybe it's because it was a single-player game and I started off in games like that. I've always thought the likes of Fallout 4 and Skyrim were way better as single-player. You know, not to be tampered with, let's say, as an MMO. You know, although it's appealing, having your friends there and that, but the games were pretty well established and pretty old school. And I've always considered them to be that way. And then, doing other versions of them as an MMO never really appealed to me. Yeah, what they should have doing was, if they're going for the MMO, make it something like Fallout Apocalypse or something like that. Yeah, but try to keep away from the kind of lore and that kind of stuff they were doing, let's say, on the originals. To separate it from it. Hello, Rex. I know, I'll be with you in a minute. I know, what's wrong? You want your hug? Oh, there's a good doggo. He needs his hug. Who needs a hug? You need a hug, don't you? What's wrong? I know. I usually play with you at this time. We'll watch TV together when I'm finished, okay? What do you want to watch? SpongeBob. I know you want to watch SpongeBob. You can watch cartoons, okay? Yeah. And I get your treats. I will. I'll get you treats. He's awoke now, so it won't be much longer. And hi, H-Dog, and thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. I'll be doing just a little bit more on this before I go. Trying to get the walls up. I'll probably be able to spend some time on it later today. And hopefully have a good bit of this done by the next time I stream tomorrow. Yeah, the Oblivion. Oh, that was garlic, isn't it? You put on the vampire. It was just so established as that. It was in all our minds as that kind of single player experience. Hi H-Dog, and how have you been? I just got this game. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've been playing it since its release. I'm on Xbox as well. And depends on what you like, but this is quite a game, It's got a really good survival kind of vibe to it. And it really, let's say, rewards you doing silly things like exploring stuff you shouldn't be there. Way above your head. Mistland's whole new game. Yeah. It is awesome. Yeah, and quite addictive, isn't it, H-Dog? There will be much joy in suffering. Yeah, pretty much. But this will be our first real settlement. But I used to do a bit of building H-Dog on Fallout 4, so, I wouldn't exactly be a stranger to building, albeit a different system with different pieces, but, the principle is kind of the same. I just got killed in the swamp and lost my... Oh, iron gear. Oh my goodness. I haven't even got my set of iron gear yet. Yeah, I can't find enough in the swamps. I just use some for a weapon, a pickaxe, the bow, and a little bit of building. Yeah. So I didn't have a set. I've been using the abomination set from the swamps. You're better off with that, H-Dog, than the iron. This has poison resistance and piercing damage resistance. That will take a lot of punishment. This would probably be the best set for the swamp. It's got the same protection as the bronze, but it's got poison resistance and piercing damage resistance. You know, with a half decent shield. I've been using the bronze buckler. Yeah, that's what you need for the swamp. Wasting your time without it. So that's the way I would go. I'm even using it now around the plains because it's really good for the death skeeto thingies, you know. And even though I'm building in the plains, I've only killed 2 bosses. I've only killed the stag and that tree guy. Yeah, the elder and that stag. So I haven't even killed the swamp boss yet. Bone mass, is it? Yeah, he's way out here, which is kind of ridiculous. So I'm kind of taking my time with this. But this is what you want. And as you can see, I just have the essentials. Fully upgraded iron axe, pickaxe, and the bow. They were my top priorities. I think we have a little bit more time for a small bit more. I need to kind of center this settlement before we get out of here. Well, it's not a settlement actually, it's flax and barley farm. Yeah, but remember a fully upgraded one. This bow here is pretty good. Fire arrows for the abominations. Yeah. And the likes of trolls and that flint arrows are really good. You know, the piercing damage. You can still get killed, but let's say a lot less. But at least you won't have to worry about the poison. It's about the same resistance, let's say, as the potion. But it really takes the edge off the piercing damage. But the archers can still do a lot of damage. And usually I would be in the swamp, but we kind of ran out of swamps. We only found 12 so far, hot dog. Or sorry, H-dog. And it's only averaged about 45 pieces of metal each. Horrible amount of, you know, metal, because the fully upgraded weapon cost, let me see, 20 to make, then 10, 20, 80 metal. So 240 for the 3 pieces. Pretty much followed up all of our metal. Destroys abominations. It's not even fair. Ah. Silver would be nice. I might chance my arm eventually, but I think we'd have to be killing bosses. You can't really sneak past some things. You can with some of the building stuff, getting tar and that, but yeah, that would be cool. Well, this is what we've been doing here, H-Dog. And it's not finished, but I will be changing this to Darkwood. I found something I like, the Darkwood, so I might be changing this a little bit. You know, it's for our crops, and I was going to do, well, I'll still be building much more on this. So the Darkwood here is around the side. The tower is a problem, so it looks like we're going to be in the plains for a while. So I'd much prefer that roof there. So I'll be changing it to that. Yeah, we did a bit on this, so there'll be fermenting, all of that stuff. This might be changed a bit. So, of course you know you'll be needing them. You're in the Iron Age, so you've done the bronze thing, you know, for making your potions. And if you do find a vendor, you see this light I have in my menu here. It's very good for doing dungeons, you know, the dark ones. It's also very good for lighting up your house on a stand. Yeah. Yeah, wolf armor. But a weapon and cape is realistic. Nice. Yeah, it's probably a lot. Yeah. But once I get a decent set of iron armor, I'm hitting the mountains. This side hasn't been fixed up yet, but I'll show you what it's like outside actually. This is all about defense, dog, because when you build your settlement, as you kill more bosses, but you know, stronger opponents will come. I haven't finished this yet. I haven't finished anything here yet. I've just been doing it in stages. This is for our long ship here. So you can see we've been kind of working on it. And we're building a little lighthouse out here. I can use the bonfire on the lighthouse. But it's pretty safe. So I'll take a portal out to the lighthouse. And then I'll show you what we did outside. Oh, a massive amount. Days of terraforming. Nice. I just started streaming again after a long time streaming. Oh, nice. I'll be sure to check out your channel, H-Dog. So what were you planning on streaming? Valheim, was it? Oh yeah, so you're playing Valheim. I'll definitely stop by and show you some support. Enter, that's the one there. Oh, my pleasure, yeah. It would always be a courtesy I would extend to anyone who streams. Yeah, we're all in this together. So that's what we've been doing outside. This I had to dig down. There was a few meters of it. I couldn't push out too far because of the height. I learned my lesson on that one. And that's just some rubbish I have there until I have this harbour. I haven't even got the harbour dug out right. I did Skyrim. Yeah, that's one of my big games. Skyrim and Fallout 4. SnowRunner, cool. Aren't they? Yeah. Swarms, too dark. I love the plains here. Or not the plains. I like the plains as well because it's bright. But it's dangerous. But I love the meadows. I will be going with, you know, that house on the side. Each one. You see it down there? I might be changing this, guys, to Darkwood. You know that. We'll see how it looks eventually. But we're talking about a lot of tar. Yeah. I've been building a good bit for a long time on Fallout 4. The pieces are much different and the physics and mechanics of it are way different, but general gist of it, yeah, would be something similar. There is a slight learning curve on this. And this was huge, you know. This was going back into my settlement, so you're talking about days of digging on this, and you can see how huge it is because I haven't finished. These trees here I planted myself. You see where I'm digging it down? And it was actually even a little higher than that. And I'll blend this back from all sides in a moment. There, share that among me. I've been using this, let's say, to kind of oh yeah, sorry we didn't go around. Well, it's basically the same around the side. But this, doing the walls with a hole, this makes this place, you know, they just can't get in. That's one thing we need badly, guys. Some boar meat. I will be grassing this after. Oh, attack if you're gonna attack, will you? Waiting for a half an hour for that guy to attack. Yeah, come on. I haven't seen these guys spawn for a long time. Oh, 2-star. Guys. I just killed a 2-star boar. How stupid am I? How stupid am I? How stupid am I? But I'd never get him in anyway, would I? No, I'd have to knock down an entire wall. It's not worth it for a bit of yeah. It's not worth it. I wouldn't be able to get him across on a ship. Now, when I had this opened up, yeah, nah, he's okay. I'm not tearing that entire thing down to get him in. But you know what? It might have been worth it. Can't believe I did that. He'll be able to respawn, won't he? Just got carried away. Now I'm sick. I've got 1 star, guys, inside. That was a bit of an upsie. What I would have doing is I would have built a pen here. I would have dug a hole in this wall. It would have been worth it. And getting him inside. I'll keep an eye on him. When is the respawn? He's got to respawn. There was never a 2-star boar here before. Now I'm sick. Ah. That is sick. Ah well, not much we can do about it. No problem, H-Dog, and thanks for stopping by and following. Appreciate it. I'll be sure to visit your channel later when I stop streaming. And take care, and stay safe. Bye. Ah, I'm sick. That was a 2-star boar. I didn't realise it till I took that shot. Oh, that was horrible. I'll keep a look out for him again then. But it was a 1-star there. But if I killed him, he should respawn. It was just reflex. Ah, go away. You silly Kermit. That would have been our first 2-star in there. Okay, I'll have to knock the wall to get him in, but still. Yeah. Yeah. I could have fixed the wall. What would it take? 10, 15 minutes. It would have been worth it to get him in. Been so easy to trap. I'm definitely keeping an eye out for him. Ah, sick. I'll never get a chance like that again. But I think he's got to respawn, guys. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh no, if he shows up, I will. Definitely, yeah. No, sure, when he attacks me, I'll just knock the wall. Get him in. I wonder, did I respawn? Here. Now, that was the most expensive 2 pieces of boar meat I ever got. Ah, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Oh well. I'll check relentlessly from now on and make sure, see if he comes back. But I will be saving into here, guys. It's... yeah, I've almost done 7 hours. And it's 8 AM and I have a few chores to run. So, I think I'll leave it here. Oh, that killed me killing him. It would have been nice to have something 2-star. I have 1-star in here. Yeah. Yeah, no. Oh. Sugar. He was there. He was the respawn for the 1-star. How long does it take for a respawn? It is a respawn point, alright. There's a... I'll probably not get him. Oh, what can I do? Ah, well. You need to kill all the roaming necks and boars till one shows up. Yeah, just keep clearing him, keep clearing him, keep clearing him. Yeah, to get the respawns going. I get what you're saying. That's what I'll do. Yeah. And to you too, Dak, and thanks for stopping by. So I'll leave it here. I am absolutely starving. I kind of have a rough idea. It seems to be about 2 days and nights. Seems to be. Yeah. Kinda. But I'll be relentless till I get that guy again. So, it's nice to know that. I got the other guy and then that'll respawn. And maybe a 2-star. And you too, Tojan. And take care and stay safe. So, goodbye Tojan and Dak and Perry and Big. And thanks for stopping by, Big. I appreciate it. I hope you have a great day, guys. A great morning and stay safe. Also, Joe, Hufflepuff, Tigger, Granny Vats, and Terry, and Perry. Take care, ladies, and have a great day. Also, Soul and Young, Hufflepuff, of course. And thanks for the follows and raids tonight as well, guys. Appreciate it. And Jack, thank you very much for the raid. I hope you have a good one. And of course, Carrie, stay safe, Carrie, and thanks for following. And Jules, have a good day. And thanks again for that raid, Cannabis FM. And thanks again for following Slake. And let's see who else is here. And take care, Jack. And thanks again for that raid. Oh yeah, Count was on as well, so have a good one, Count. That's everyone I can see, guys. I know I'll probably miss some if I have. Of course. Eddie. Thanks again, Edi, for hanging out. And thanks for following again, Slake. And that's everyone I can see. I'll probably miss some. If I did, my apologies, guys. But everyone that has been watching and lurking, I appreciate the support. Yeah, back tomorrow at the same time. I'll do a little bit here as well when I get time, and especially that flax farm. And I'm sick because of that 2-star boar so close to the settlement. So I will be relentless clearing the area and trying to get some respawns going to get him back. But I shan't be chopping the wall down until I tame that little guy. Well, I will, actually. The second I get him, I'll chop down that wall. Yeah, I'll sort out a little pen for him there. And actually, that pen I'll probably build with stone. You know, just to keep the mob off it for a while. So, I'll power up my phone and we'll go straight to a raid, guys. But I hope each and every one of you has a great day and stay safe. So, it just takes a little while for this to start up. And some of our friends should be streaming. And have a good one, Perry. So, it just takes a little moment. You know what these phones are like. There we go. So let's see who's streaming. I shan't be a moment doing this, and yeah, let's have a crack at this one.